I've been thinking a lot about Gine and Goku lately. Gine barely had any screen time in the anime, which makes her such an intriguing character. One scenario that always fascinates me is this. What if Goku had been raised by his mother? Goku grew up an orphan, but with Gine's influence, how different would he have been, not just as a Saiyan, but as a person? Planet Vegeta West Sector Mining Colony, age 737. The crimson sky of planet Vegeta burned with an unnatural intensity, casting long shadows across the rocky terrain where Gine knelt beside a makeshift grave. Her hands, still stained with dirt from digging, trembled as she placed the last stone atop the small mound. "I'm sorry I couldn't save you too," she whispered to the grave of her neighbor's child, another low-class Saiyan infant who hadn't been deemed worthy of evacuation. The planet's destruction was inevitable. Frieza had made that clear through his carefully orchestrated propaganda, but the systematic abandonment of the weak still made her stomach turn. Unlike most Saiyans, Gine had never developed the callousness that came with their warrior culture. Where others saw weakness to be culled, she saw potential to be nurtured. Where they saw strength through domination, she believed in strength through protection. It was this fundamental difference that had drawn Bardock to her, and it was this same difference that now drove her to make an impossible choice. Standing slowly, her knees protesting from hours of digging graves for the forgotten, Gine looked toward the distant capital city where smoke plumes rose like funeral pyres. The evacuation ships had already departed with their cargo of elite warriors and royal blood. The rest of them, the miners, the farmers, the low-class warriors like herself, had been deemed expendable. But she refused to accept that fate, especially not for her son. Planet Vegeta Bardock's hidden workshop. 3 hours later, the workshop had been Bardock's secret project, a place where he'd tinker with captured alien technology when he wasn't leading his squad on conquest missions. Hidden beneath an abandoned mining facility, it had escaped Frieza's notice during the preliminary sweeps. More importantly, it contained something Bardock had been working on in secret. A prototype escape pod enhanced with stolen galactic patrol shielding technology. Gine ran her hands along the pod's smooth surface, marveling at her mate's ingenuity. Even in death, Bardock was still trying to protect their family. The pod was larger than standard Saiyan attack balls, designed for long-term survival rather than quick planetary assault. Its energy signature had been masked to appear as space debris to most scanning systems, a crucial modification that could mean the difference between escape and capture. "One passenger only," she murmured, reading Bardock's hastily scrawled notes. "Limited food synthesizer, cryosleep function for extended travel." Her heart clenched as she realized what this meant. Bardock had built this pod for Kakarot, not for both of them. The sound of approaching aircraft made her freeze. Through the workshop's concealed ventilation system, she could hear the distinctive hum of Frieza Force hoverbikes. They were conducting final sweeps, eliminating any survivors who might pose future threats. Moving quickly, Gine began powering up the escape pod systems. The control panel flickered to life, displaying star charts and navigation data that Bardock had pre-programmed. Most of the destinations were remote, uninhabited worlds in the Outer Rim territories, places where a Saiyan child could grow up hidden from Frieza's influence. But as she studied the charts, a devastating realization hit her. Kakarot wasn't here. Planet Vegeta East Sector Launch Facility, simultaneously 3 sectors away, baby Kakarot lay sleeping in a standard attack ball, completely unaware that his mother was desperately searching for him. The launch facility was automated, its systems already counting down to his departure. Bardock's last act had been to ensure his youngest son's escape, but in the chaos of Planet Vegeta's final hours, he'd been unable to coordinate with Gine. The attack ball's destination, a small blue planet called Earth, chosen for its weak inhabitants and distance from Frieza's empire. It would launch in less than an hour. Planet Vegeta Bardock's hidden workshop. 45 minutes later, Gine burst through the workshop's entrance, her armor scorched from dodging Frieza Force patrols. She'd fought her way across half the planet, following Bardock's energy signature to its source, only to find the launch facility empty and her son's pod already departed. "No, no, no," she gasped, collapsing beside the enhanced escape pod. Through the facility's viewing windows, she could see the trail of Kakarot's attack ball disappearing into the star-filled void. Her son was out there, alone, heading toward an unknown world. But then she noticed something that made her heart skip. The enhanced pod's navigation system was still active, its sensors tracking multiple escape trajectories. Bardock had programmed it to monitor all Saiyan escape pods launched from the planet, creating a network that would allow survivors to find each other. The display showed Kakarot's trajectory, his projected arrival time, and most importantly, his destination coordinates. Guinea's hands moved across the control panel with newfound determination. If she couldn't save her son by keeping him with her, then she would save him by following him. The enhanced pod had enough fuel for an extended chase, and its superior shielding would protect her from the cosmic radiation that would surely follow planet Vegeta's destruction. As she began reprogramming the pod's destination, tears streamed down her face. This wasn't the life she'd wanted for her family, but it was the only chance they had. The void between stars 6 hours after planet Vegeta's destruction, Guinea's pod drifted through the cosmic debris field that had once been her home world, its stealth systems active to avoid detection by Frieza's cleanup crews. Through the viewport, she could see the expanding cloud of stellar matter, glowing with residual energy from the planet's violent end. Somewhere in that destruction lay the remains of everyone she'd ever known, including her beloved Bardock. But she couldn't afford to grieve, not yet. Her son needed her. The pod's enhanced sensors had locked onto Kakarot's energy signature, a faint beacon in the vast darkness of space. He was still alive, still traveling toward that distant blue world. According to the navigation computer, she would arrive approximately 3 days after him, enough time for his pod to crash land, but hopefully before he encountered any serious danger. As the hours passed, Guinea found herself talking to the empty pod, practicing the words she would say when she found her son. How could she explain the destruction of their race to a baby? How could she raise him to be strong without teaching him the violence that had ultimately destroyed their people? "I'll do better," she promised the stars. "I'll teach you to be strong, but I'll also teach you to be kind." Maybe that's what the universe needs, a Saiyan who fights to protect instead of to conquer. Planet Vashi, Outer Rim Territory. 3 days later, the blue-green world that filled Guinea's viewport looked nothing like the harsh, red landscape of planet Vegeta. Lush forests covered most of the continental landmasses, broken by silver rivers and crystal-clear lakes. The atmosphere readings showed breathable air with slightly higher oxygen content than she was used to. It would make her stronger, more energetic. But more importantly, her sensors had detected the impact crater from Kakarot's landing. The energy signature was weak but stable, indicating that her son was alive but possibly injured. Guinea's enhanced pod descended through the planet's atmosphere with barely a whisper, its advanced heat shielding preventing the violent entry that had marked Kakarot's arrival. She set down in a clearing approximately 2 kilometers from the crash site, close enough to reach quickly but far enough to avoid immediate detection. The moment she stepped out of the pod, Vashti's alien environment overwhelmed her senses. The air was thick with unfamiliar scents, growing things, flowering plants, the rich smell of fertile soil. Sounds of life echoed from every direction, bird calls, insect chirps, the rustle of leaves in a gentle breeze. It was so different from the sterile mining facilities and barren wastelands of planet Vegeta that she almost stumbled. But beneath all these new sensations, she could sense something familiar, Saiyan Kai, faint but unmistakable. Planet Vashti, Kakarot's crash site. Minutes later, the impact crater was larger than Guinea had expected, carved deep into the forest floor and surrounded by splintered trees. At its center, half buried in alien soil, lay Kakarot's attack ball. Its surface was cracked but intact, the viewing port still sealed. Guinea's heart hammered as she descended into the crater, her boots sliding on loose earth and scattered leaves. Through the pod's viewport, she could see movement, a tiny form shifting restlessly inside. "Kakarot," she whispered, her voice breaking with emotion. Her hands shook as she activated the pod's emergency release mechanism. The hatch hissed open, releasing a cloud of stale air and synthetic atmosphere. Inside, baby Kakarot looked up at her with wide, dark eyes, Bardock's eyes, and for a moment neither of them moved. Then the baby smiled, reaching up with chubby arms, and Guinea's carefully maintained composure crumbled completely. "My precious boy," she sobbed, lifting him from the pod and holding him against her chest. "I thought I'd lost you forever." Kakarot gurgled happily, apparently none the worse for his interstellar journey. His tiny hands grasped at her armor, and she could feel the surprising strength in his grip. Already, at such a young age, his Saiyan heritage was manifesting. But as she held her son, examining him for injuries, Guinea noticed something that filled her with equal parts relief and determination. Unlike older Saiyan children who had already been exposed to their culture's violent conditioning, Kakarot was still innocent. His mind was still malleable, still capable of learning a different way. Planet Vashti, forest clearing. 2 hours later, Guinea had established a temporary camp in a sheltered grove near a freshwater stream, using supplies from both escape pods to create a safe haven for herself and Kakarot. The enhanced pod's fabrication unit had produced basic shelter materials, while Kakarot's attack ball provided emergency rations and medical supplies. As the alien sun set through the forest canopy, painting the sky in shades of purple and gold, Gine sat cross-legged on a makeshift bed, watching her son sleep in her arms. For the first time in days, she allowed herself to truly process what had happened. Their entire race was gone. Bardock was dead. They were the last survivors of a warrior culture that had ultimately destroyed itself through its own violence and pride. And now she was responsible for raising the next generation, possibly the final generation of Saiyans. "What kind of Saiyan should you become?" she whispered to her sleeping son. "Your father was strong, stronger than almost anyone. He could destroy planets with a thought, lead armies into battle, strike fear into the hearts of his enemies. But in the end, all that strength couldn't save our people." Kakarot stirred in his sleep, making soft baby sounds that tugged at her heart. "Maybe it's time for a different kind of strength," Gine continued, her voice growing firmer with resolve. "Maybe the universe needs a Saiyan who fights to protect instead of to conquer. Someone who uses their power to heal rather than to hurt." As if responding to her words, Kakarot opened his eyes and looked up at her. In those dark depths, she saw potential, not for the mindless destruction that had defined their race, but for something greater. Something that could honor Bardock's sacrifice while transcending the limitations that had doomed their people. Planet Vashi, forest clearing 3 months later, the temporary camp had evolved into a permanent settlement, complete with a sturdy shelter built from local materials and enhanced with Saiyan technology. Guinea had learned to identify edible plants, hunt local wildlife, and navigate the forest's seasonal changes. More importantly, she had begun Kakarot's education. At 3 months old, the baby already showed remarkable development. His Saiyan genetics made him stronger and more aware than human infants of equivalent age, and Guinea was careful to channel that development in the right direction. "Feel the energy around you," she said softly, holding Kakarot in her lap beside the stream. "Every living thing has Kai, the birds in the trees, the fish in the water, even the grass beneath us. Can you sense it?" Kakarot's tiny hand reached toward the water, and the surface rippled slightly in response. Not from any physical touch, but from an instinctive ki manipulation that most Saiyan children didn't develop for years. "That's right, my little one," Guinea smiled, gently guiding his movements. "But remember, ki isn't for hurting. It's for understanding, for connecting, for protecting the things you love." As the days passed, Guinea found herself developing a new training philosophy, one that emphasized defense over offense, protection over domination, and wisdom over raw power. It was the opposite of everything Saiyan culture had taught, but she was beginning to believe it might be the key to breaking the cycle of violence that had destroyed their world. Planet Vashi, forest clearing 1 year later, Kakarot took his first steps on a morning when the forest was alive with spring growth, his tiny legs carrying him with surprising speed toward a flowering bush. But instead of crushing the delicate blooms as most Saiyan children might, he reached out gently to touch them, his face lighting up with wonder. "Gentle, Kakarot," Guinea encouraged, watching from nearby. "Everything in nature deserves respect." It was a lesson that seemed to come naturally to him, much to her relief. Without the aggressive conditioning of Saiyan society, Kakarot was developing along entirely different lines. He was curious rather than destructive, protective rather than predatory. When small forest creatures approached their camp, he would sit very still to avoid frightening them. When plants grew too close to their shelter, he would carefully move them rather than simply tearing them out. But Guinea knew that gentleness alone wouldn't be enough to survive in a universe still dominated by beings like Frieza. Her son would need to be strong, incredibly strong, if he was going to fulfill the potential she saw in him. "Come here, little warrior," she called, settling into a meditation pose. "It's time for your real training to begin." Kakarot toddled over on unsteady legs, plopping down in front of her with the infectious enthusiasm that had become his trademark. At barely a year old, he was already showing signs of the incredible potential that lay dormant in his Saiyan genes. But unlike his father or the other warriors of their race, Kakarot would learn to harness that potential for protection rather than destruction. He would become something new, a Saiyan raised with love instead of violence, compassion instead of cruelty. As mother and son began their first formal training session together, the forest around them seemed to pulse with quiet approval. This was how it should be, Guinea thought. This was how Saiyans should have always been raised. And in her heart, she made a silent vow. No matter what challenges lay ahead, she would ensure that Kakarot grew up to be the kind of warrior the universe truly needed, one who fought not for conquest, but for the protection of all life. The last son of planet Vegeta would become something his ancestors had never imagined. A Saiyan guardian whose greatest strength would come not from his ability to destroy, but from his determination to preserve. But as Gine watched her son's first tentative attempts at ki control, a nagging worry crept into the back of her mind. Somewhere out there, Frieza's forces were still searching for Saiyan survivors. Somewhere out there, other members of their race might have escaped, Saiyans who had been raised in the old ways, who might not understand or accept the path she was choosing for Kakarot. The choice to suppress her son's natural Saiyan instincts completely was a dangerous gamble. But as she looked into his innocent, trusting eyes, Gine knew it was a risk she had to take. The future of their entire race might depend on it. Planet Vashi, training grove 2 years after landing the morning mist, clung to the forest floor, as Gine led 3-year-old Kakarot through their daily meditation routine. The clearing she'd chosen for their training sessions was perfectly circular, surrounded by ancient trees whose roots formed natural barriers that contained ki energy. It was here, in this sacred space she'd created, that she would teach her son to be something no Saiyan had ever been before. "Close your eyes, Kakarot," she said softly, settling into the lotus position across from him. "Feel the life around us." The toddler mimicked her posture with surprising grace, his spiky black hair catching the filtered sunlight. At 3 years old, he was already showing the accelerated development typical of Saiyan children, but without the aggressive tendencies that usually accompanied such growth. "I feel it, Mama," he whispered, his small voice filled with wonder. "Everything is warm," Gine smiled, pride swelling in her chest. Where other Saiyan children his age would be learning to suppress their ki signatures for stealth attacks, Kakarot was learning to expand his awareness, to sense the interconnected web of life that surrounded them. It was the foundation of everything she hoped to teach him. "That warmth is life energy," she explained, keeping her own ki calm and gentle. "Every living thing produces it, the trees, the animals, even the smallest insects. And as a Saiyan, you can not only sense it, you can interact with it." Kakarot's eyes snapped open, dark orbs shining with curiosity. "Interact? How?" Instead of answering directly, Gine extended her hand toward a wilted flower at the edge of their clearing. A soft, golden glow emanated from her palm, and slowly, miraculously, the flower began to straighten. Its petals unfurled, regaining their vibrant color as her gentle ki infused it with renewed vitality. "Whoa," Kakarot gasped, crawling closer to examine the revitalized bloom. "You healed it." "Kai isn't just for fighting, my little one," Gine said, watching his reaction carefully. "Most Saiyans only learn to use their energy to destroy, but that's not its only purpose. Ki can heal, protect, and nurture. It can bring life instead of taking it away." Planet Vashi, training grove 3 hours later, the sun had climbed higher, burning away the morning mist as Gine began Kakarot's first lesson in defensive combat techniques. She'd spent weeks developing this curriculum, drawing on her limited knowledge of nonviolent martial arts from worlds Bardock Squad had visited during their conquests. "Fighting isn't about hurting others," she began, demonstrating a series of flowing movements that redirected imaginary attacks rather than countering them with force. "True strength comes from protecting what you love without causing unnecessary harm." Kakarot watched intently, his young mind absorbing every detail. When she gestured for him to try, he attempted to copy her movements, his natural Saiyan coordination making up for his lack of experience. "Like this, Mama." He swept his tiny arms in a wide arc, mimicking her defensive stance. "Very good," Gine praised, but she noticed the way his movements were slightly too sharp, too aggressive. Even at 3 years old, his Saiyan instincts were trying to surface. "But remember, we're not trying to hurt the person attacking us, we're trying to stop them from hurting others." She knelt beside him, gently adjusting his posture. "Imagine someone is trying to hurt a small animal, like the forest rabbits you like to watch. How would you stop them without becoming like them?" Kakarot's face scrunched up in concentration. "I would. Stand between them, block their attack." "Exactly," Gine beamed. "You would protect the innocent. That's what makes a true warrior, not the ability to destroy, but the willingness to shield others from harm." As the lesson continued, she introduced him to basic ki shielding techniques, showing him how to create barriers of energy that could deflect attacks rather than absorb them. It was advanced training for such a young child, but Kakarot's Saiyan heritage made him capable of learning at an accelerated pace. Planet Vashi, Forest Edge. Later that afternoon, the afternoon brought their first real test when a pack of Vashian predators, wolf-like creatures with crystalline fangs, emerged from the deeper forest. They were hungry, driven from their usual territory by some unknown threat, and they saw the small settlement as an easy source of food. Kakarot was playing near their shelter when the first beast appeared, its growl echoing through the clearing. Most 3-year-olds would have run screaming, but Kakarot's Saiyan heritage kept him remarkably calm as he called out to his mother. "Mama, big dogs!" Gine emerged from their shelter to find 6 of the predators circling their home, their crystal fangs gleaming menacingly in the afternoon light. They were magnificent creatures, beautiful in their own deadly way, but also dangerous enough to tear apart even a Saiyan child if given the chance. "Stay behind me, Kakarot," she said softly, moving to position herself between her son and the pack. "Remember what we practiced about protective barriers." The lead predator, larger than the others with scars across its silver hide, snarled and took a step forward. Its pack followed suit, closing the circle tighter around mother and child. But instead of powering up for combat, Guinea did something that went against every instinct bred into Saiyan warriors for generations. She knelt down, making herself smaller, less threatening. Her key signature became calm, gentle, radiating peace instead of aggression. "Easy," she murmured, extending one hand slowly toward the pack leader. "We don't want to hurt you. We know you're just hungry." Planet Vashti, forest edge moments later, the pack leader paused, confusion flickering in its alien eyes. It had expected aggression, the fight-or-flight response that came from cornered prey. Instead, it was sensing something entirely different: compassion, understanding, and beneath it all, immense power held carefully in check. Kakarot watched in fascination as his mother slowly reached into their food supplies, retrieving several portions of preserved meat from their stores. She tossed them gently to the ground between herself and the pack, never making sudden movements, never showing fear. "We have enough to share," she said softly. "Take what you need, but know that this is our home. We wish to live in peace with all the creatures of this forest." The pack leader approached the offered food cautiously, sniffing at it before taking a tentative bite. The meat was good, better than anything they'd hunted in weeks, and gradually, the other predators began to relax their aggressive postures. "Mama," Kakarot whispered, tugging at her armor, "why didn't you fight them?" "Because they weren't evil, little one," she replied, still keeping her voice calm as the pack fed. "They were just hungry and afraid. Sometimes the strongest thing you can do is choose not to fight." As the predators finished their meal and began to retreat into the forest, the pack leader paused and looked back at Guinea. For a moment, their eyes met, predator and protector sharing a moment of mutual respect. Then the great beast dipped its head slightly, an unmistakable gesture of acknowledgement, before disappearing into the undergrowth with its pack. "Will they come back?" Kakarot asked as the last of them vanished from sight. "Maybe," Guinea said, standing and brushing dirt from her knees, "but not to hurt us. We showed them respect and they showed it back. That's how peace is made, Kakarot, one act of understanding at a time." Planet Vashti Training Grove. 1 month later, the incident with the predators had marked a turning point in Kakarot's training. Word had somehow spread through the forest's complex ecosystem, and gradually, other creatures began to approach their settlement, not as threats, but as curious visitors drawn by the unusual energy signatures emanating from the mother and child. Guinea used these encounters as teaching opportunities, showing Kakarot how to communicate with different species through key manipulation and body language. He learned to project calm to frightened animals, to sense aggression before it escalated into violence, and most importantly, to see himself as a protector of all life rather than a conqueror of it. "Today we practice energy control," Guinea announced as they settled into their training positions. The grove had been modified over the months, with carefully cultivated plants arranged in patterns that helped focus and amplify key energy. "Show me your barrier technique." Kakarot closed his eyes and extended his hands, concentrating hard. A shimmering field of golden energy appeared around him, translucent but clearly visible. It was impressive work for a child barely 3 years old, but Guinea could see the instability in the construct. "Good," she praised, "but remember, you're not trying to keep everything out. You're creating a filter, something that stops harmful energy while allowing good intentions to pass through." She demonstrated with her own barrier, a more sophisticated construct that seemed to breathe with her natural rhythm. Small insects could pass through it freely, drawn by her gentle kai, while simultaneously repelling the aggressive probing of a territorial bird that had been testing their defenses. "I want to do that too," Kakarot said eagerly, dismissing his barrier and attempting to recreate his mother's technique. His first attempt failed spectacularly, the energy field collapsing the moment he tried to make it permeable. His second attempt was better, but still crude. By his 10th try, however, he was beginning to show the selective filtering that Guinea had demonstrated. "Excellent progress," she smiled, but her expression grew serious as she sensed something troubling in his energy signature. "Kakarot, I need you to remember something very important. The power you're learning to control. It could hurt people if you're not careful. Promise me you'll never use it to cause pain." The child nodded solemnly, sensing the gravity in her voice. "I promise, Mama. I'll only use it to protect, just like you taught me." Planet Vashti, deep forest. 2 weeks later, their peaceful routine was interrupted when Kakarot's developing senses detected something wrong deep in the forest. During their morning meditation, his key awareness had touched something alien, not the familiar energy patterns of Vashti's native life, but something artificial, mechanical, and hostile. "Mama," he said, opening his eyes with concern, "there's something hurt in the deep forest, but it feels different, cold." Guinea's warrior instincts, suppressed but never eliminated, immediately went on alert. She extended her own senses, probing deeper into the forest than she'd ever dared before. What she found made her blood run cold. A Frieza Force reconnaissance drone, heavily damaged but still functional, had crashed in a clearing several kilometers away. Its scanning equipment was still active, methodically cataloging the planet's life forms and energy signatures. It was only a matter of time before it detected their presence. "Stay close to me, Kakarot," she said, her voice taking on a tone he'd never heard before, hard, determined, dangerous. "We need to investigate something." Planet Vashti crash site. 1 hour later, the drone was larger than Guinea had expected, its sleek white hull scarred by atmospheric entry but still gleaming with Frieza Force insignia. It had carved a path of destruction through the forest, ancient trees reduced to splinters by its uncontrolled landing. But what truly horrified her was the pile of forest creatures around its base, small animals that had investigated the strange object, only to be killed by its automated defense systems. The drone was programmed to eliminate any life form that approached too closely, a safeguard against hostile indigenous species. "It's hurting the animals," Kakarot whispered, his young voice filled with anguish as he stared at the carnage. "Why would it do that? Because whoever made it doesn't value life the way we do," Guinea replied grimly. "They see other living beings as threats to be eliminated, not neighbors to be respected." As they watched from concealment, another forest creature, a juvenile herbivore similar to a deer, approached the drone out of curiosity. The machine's sensors immediately locked onto it, charging its weapon systems with a sound like gathering thunder. "No," Kakarot cried, instinctively reaching out with his Kai. What happened next defied everything Guinea thought she knew about Saiyan abilities. Instead of lashing out with destructive force, Kakarot's energy formed a protective cocoon around the approaching animal, lifting it gently away from the drone's firing range and depositing it safely behind a large tree. The drone's weapons discharged harmlessly into empty air, their energy dissipating against the forest floor. Its targeting systems immediately began searching for the source of the interference, sensors sweeping back and forth across the clearing. Planet Vashti crash site minutes later. "Kakarot, that was incredible," Guinea breathed, staring at her son in amazement. "I've never seen anyone use Ki for long-range telekinetic rescue like that. How did you?" Her words were cut off as the drone's sensors finally detected their position. Warning sirens began blaring from the machine's hull, and its remaining weapons systems swiveled toward their hiding spot. "Saiyan life signs detected," an artificial voice announced in the common galactic tongue. "Initiating elimination protocol. Frieza-sama's orders regarding survivor termination are now in effect." Multiple energy cannons emerged from the drone's chassis, their barrels glowing with deadly power. Guinea had perhaps 3 seconds before they opened fire, not enough time to retreat, barely enough time to shield herself and Kakarot from the initial barrage. But as she prepared to throw up a defensive barrier, something extraordinary happened. The forest itself seemed to come alive around them. Trees swayed without wind, their branches interweaving to form natural shields. Vines erupted from the ground, wrapping around the drone's weapon emplacements. The very earth beneath the machine began to shift, throwing off its targeting calculations. And at the center of it all stood Kakarot, his small hands outstretched, his key signature blazing with protective fury. But this wasn't the mindless rage of a typical Saiyan, it was something far more controlled, more purposeful. "You hurt my friends," the 3-year-old said, his voice carrying an authority that seemed impossible for someone his age. "Stop it. Stop it now." Planet Vashti crash site. Moments later, the drone's weapons managed only a single volley before the forest interference became too great to overcome. Energy blasts that should have incinerated everything within a 50-meter radius instead scattered harmlessly, redirected by the network of branches and vines that Kakarot had somehow convinced to act in concert. Impossible, the machine's artificial intelligence declared. Environmental conditions do not permit natural coordinated defensive responses, analyzing energy signatures for explanation. But before it could complete its analysis, Gine stepped forward. Her own key signature had changed, no longer the gentle warmth she'd maintained for years, but something far more dangerous. The suppressed power of a low-class Saiyan warrior finally unleashed. "You want to analyze something?" she asked, her voice deadly calm. "Analyze this." A single, precisely controlled key blast struck the drone's central processing unit. There was no explosion, no dramatic destruction, just the quiet cessation of all electronic activity as the machine's consciousness winked out of existence. The forest immediately began to return to normal, branches and vines retreating as Kakarot's influence faded. The child himself swayed on his feet, exhausted by the effort of coordinating such a massive display of environmental manipulation. "Mama," he said weakly, "did I do something wrong? I just wanted to protect everyone." Guinea caught him as he stumbled, pulling him into her arms. "No, little one, you did something wonderful, but also something very dangerous." She looked at the disabled drone, her expression troubled. "This machine came from Frieza's forces. They know about this planet now. They know we're here." Planet Vashi Training Grove. 3 days later, the urgency in Guinea's training methods increased dramatically after the drone incident. Where before she had focused on meditation and gentle key manipulation, now she was teaching Kakarot active defensive techniques at an accelerated pace. "The universe is more dangerous than I wanted you to know," she explained as they practiced advanced shielding techniques. "There are beings out there who destroy entire worlds for profit, who see all life as expendable. If we're going to survive, you need to be ready." Kakarot, still processing the implications of their encounter with the drone, threw himself into training with newfound determination. His natural Saiyan abilities were developing rapidly, but always channeled through the protective philosophy his mother had instilled in him. "Why did the machine want to hurt us?" he asked during a break in their session. "We never did anything to it." "Because to its creators we represent a threat," Gine replied sadly. "Saiyans have a reputation in this universe, Kakarot. Our people were known as destroyers, conquerors who sold their services to the highest bidder. Most beings would kill us on sight rather than risk us following in our race's footsteps." She watched his face carefully, seeing the confusion and hurt in his young eyes. "But you're going to be different. You're going to show them that not all Saiyans are the same, that our power can be used to heal instead of harm." "How do I do that, Mama?" "By never using your strength for yourself," she said firmly. "Every technique I teach you, every ability you develop, they're not for your benefit. They're for protecting others, for standing between the innocent and those who would harm them. Can you promise me that?" Kakarot nodded solemnly, his young face set with determination. "I promise. I'll be a protector, not a destroyer." As they returned to training, neither of them noticed the small surveillance probe that had detached from the disabled drone 3 days earlier. Barely the size of an insect, it had been transmitting their conversation across subspace, sending detailed reports about the unusual Saiyan survivors to Frieza Force headquarters. In a command center thousands of light years away, those reports were being analyzed by beings who found the concept of a gentle Saiyan both amusing and potentially useful. Plans were already being made, forces mobilized. The brief peace that Gine and Kakarot had enjoyed on their hidden world was about to come to an end. Planet Vashi Training Grove. 1 week later, as dawn broke over their forest home, Gine stood at the edge of their clearing, her senses picking up something that made her warrior instincts scream in alarm. Energy signatures were approaching through hyperspace, multiple ships, moving with military precision toward their coordinates. "Kakarot," she called softly to her son, who was practicing his morning meditation routine. "It's time to go." The 4-year-old looked up at her, reading the urgency in her voice. "Are the bad people coming?" "Yes, little one, they're coming for us." She began gathering their essential supplies, her movements quick and efficient. "But remember everything I've taught you. No matter what happens, you fight to protect, never to destroy. Promise me." "I promise, Mama." As the first ships appeared in Vashti's sky, their hulls gleaming with Frieza Force markings, Gine made a silent vow of her own. She would protect her son's gentle nature at any cost, even if it meant facing the full might of the universe's most feared military organization. The true test of her training methods was about to begin. Planet Vashti Forest Clearing. Dawn. The Frieza Force attack ships descended through Vashti's atmosphere like falling stars, their energy signatures blazing across Guinea's enhanced senses. She counted at least 6 vessels, each one carrying enough firepower to level a small city. But what made her blood run cold wasn't their number, it was the familiar key signature emanating from the lead ship. Saiyan energy. Powerful, aggressive, and achingly familiar. Raditz, she whispered, recognizing her eldest son's energy pattern despite the years that had passed since planet Vegeta's destruction. He had grown stronger, much stronger, but that wild, undisciplined power signature was unmistakably his. 4-year-old Kakarot pressed close to her side, his young face filled with curiosity rather than fear. The approaching ships were just another mystery to him, like the forest creatures he'd learned to communicate with. He had no concept of the danger they represented. "Mama, who's coming?" he asked, tugging at her armor. "Their energy feels angry." "Family," Gine replied grimly, the word carrying more pain than comfort. "Your older brother, Raditz, but he's not the same person he was when you were a baby. The people he's traveling with, they've changed him." Planet Vashti landing zone. 1 hour later, the ships had landed in a rough formation at the forest's edge, their hulls still glowing from atmospheric entry. Frieza Force soldiers in standard white armor were establishing a perimeter, their scouters scanning for energy signatures while heavy weapons teams set up defensive positions. But Guinea's attention was focused entirely on the figure emerging from the lead ship. Raditz had grown into a formidable warrior in the years since planet Vegeta's destruction, his wild mane of spiky hair flowing past his shoulders, his armor marked with the insignia of an elite soldier. Even at a distance, she could feel the barely contained violence radiating from him. He was no longer the child she had raised alongside his father's squad. This was a predator shaped by years of conquest and slaughter, a true product of Saiyan warrior culture. "Spread out and search," Raditz commanded his squad, his voice carrying easily across the forest. The energy readings indicate at least 2 Saiyan survivors, 1 adult, 1 child. Lord Frieza wants them taken alive if possible, but dead if necessary. Gine felt Kakarot tense beside her as they watched from concealment high in the forest canopy. Her younger son's empathic abilities were picking up the malevolent intent of the soldiers below, and for the first time in his young life, he was experiencing true fear. "They want to hurt us," he whispered, his small hands beginning to glow with defensive Kai. "I can feel it." "Yes, they do," Gine confirmed, making a decision that would change everything. "Kakarot, I need you to stay hidden while I go talk to your brother. No matter what happens, remember what I taught you about protection versus destruction." Planet Vashti Forest Edge. Minutes later, Gine dropped from the canopy like a falling leaf, her movements so graceful and controlled that she was standing in the clearing before any of the soldiers realized she'd arrived. Her key signature had been perfectly suppressed, a technique that few Saiyans had ever mastered. "Hello, Raditz," she said calmly, her voice carrying across the sudden silence that fell over the landing zone. Her eldest son spun around, his long hair whipping through the air as he located the source of the voice. For a moment, his face showed nothing but confusion, then recognition dawned, followed by an expression of shock so profound that he actually took a step backward. "Mother," he breathed, his voice cracking slightly on the word, "but that's impossible. You died with planet Vegeta. I felt the planet's destruction. I mourned you." "I escaped," Gine said simply, walking forward with her hands visible and empty. "Just as you did, just as Prince Vegeta did, we're all survivors of something that should have been unsurvivable." The Frieza Force soldiers had their weapons trained on her, but none of them fired. Their orders were to capture Saiyan survivors alive when possible, and this woman was clearly not resisting. But Raditz noticed something that made him frown. His mother's power level was reading as almost negligible on his scouter, barely above that of an average civilian. "You've grown weak," he said, disappointment creeping into his voice. "Living in exile has dulled your warrior instincts. Father would be ashamed." "Your father died protecting our people," Gine replied, her voice hardening slightly. "And I've spent the last 4 years raising your brother to be something better than what we were." Raditz's eyes widened. "Kakarot, he's alive. Where is he?" Planet Vashti Forest Edge. Moments later, before Gine could answer, a small figure dropped from the trees behind the Frieza Force perimeter. Kakarot landed with perfect balance, his movements fluid and controlled despite his young age. But what struck Raditz immediately was how different his little brother looked from any Saiyan child he'd ever seen. There was no aggression in Kakarot's posture, no challenge in his stance. Instead, the 4-year-old radiated a calm confidence that seemed to emanate from his very core. His key signature was unlike anything Raditz had encountered, powerful, yes, but tempered with something he couldn't identify. "Brother," Kakarot said, his young voice carrying surprising authority as he walked past the startled soldiers. "Mama told me about you. She said you used to be kind before the bad people changed you." Several soldiers started to raise their weapons, but Raditz held up a hand to stop them. He was staring at his little brother with fascination and growing unease. The child's power level was reading as barely above normal on his scouter, yet something about Kakarot's presence made his Saiyan instincts scream warnings. "Kakarot," he said slowly, "what has she done to you? You're supposed to be a warrior, a conqueror. Look at you, you're acting like some kind of priest or healer." "I am a protector," Kakarot replied with the simple confidence of absolute certainty. "Mama taught me that being strong means keeping others safe, not hurting them." Raditz's face twisted with disgust and something that might have been grief. "She's ruined you. Our entire race was bred for battle, shaped by millennia of warfare. We are the universe's apex predators, and she's turned you into what? A pacifist." "I'm not afraid to fight," Kakarot said quietly. "But I only fight to protect people who can't protect themselves. Isn't that what strength is really for? Planet Vashi Forest Edge heated confrontation. Strength is for taking what you want," Raditz roared, his composure finally cracking. "For conquering worlds and bending the weak to your will. You're a Saiyan, Kakarot. The blood of warriors flows through your veins." His power level spiked dramatically as his emotions overcame his control. The soldiers around him took involuntary steps backward, their scouters screaming warnings about energy readings that far exceeded anything in their databases. But Kakarot didn't flinch. Instead, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath, centering himself the way his mother had taught him. When he opened them again, his ki had shifted into something that made even Raditz pause. "I can feel your pain, brother," the child said with compassion far beyond his years. "You're hurt and angry because you think Mama made me weak, but I'm not weak. Watch." Without warning, Kakarot extended his hand toward one of the Frieza Force soldiers, a large alien with cybernetic implants who had been preparing to fire on him. Golden energy flowed from the child's palm, but instead of the destructive blast everyone expected, something extraordinary happened. The soldier's battle-damaged armor began to repair itself. Old injuries that had never healed properly suddenly mended. The alien's augmented biology, stressed by years of conflict, started functioning at optimal levels for the first time in decades. "What? What did you do to me?" the soldier stammered, staring at his hands in amazement. "I feel better than I have in years." "I helped you heal," Kakarot said simply. "Everyone carries hurt inside them. Some people try to make others hurt too, but that just makes more pain. I'd rather help fix what's broken." Planet Vashi Forest Edge growing tension, Raditz stared at his little brother in a mixture of horror and fascination. "That's not possible. Saiyans don't heal. We destroy. It's what we do. It's what we are." "Maybe that's why Planet Vegeta was destroyed," Gine said quietly, stepping closer to her sons. "Maybe the universe got tired of our destruction and decided to start over without us." "Don't you dare blame our people for Frieza's genocide," Raditz snarled, wheeling on his mother. "We were warriors. The greatest fighters in the universe. We had the right to take whatever we could hold." "And where did that get us?" Gine asked, her voice sad but firm. "Our planet is gone, our race is scattered. The few survivors are either dead or enslaved to the very being who destroyed our home. Is that the legacy you want to pass on to Kakarot?" Raditz's ki flared again, but this time Kakarot stepped between his mother and brother. The child's power level hadn't changed according to the scouters, but something about his presence made Raditz hesitate. "I want to understand," Kakarot said, looking up at his older brother with genuine curiosity. "What happened to you after Planet Vegeta died? Where have you been? What did you do?" The simple, innocent questions hit Raditz like physical blows. How could he explain the worlds he'd helped conquer? The civilizations he'd watched burn, the innocents he'd killed in service to Frieza's empire. "I survived," he said finally, his voice rough. "I did what I had to do to stay alive." "But were you happy?" Kakarot pressed. "Did hurting other people make the sadness go away?" Planet Vashi Forest Edge brothers' dilemma. For a long moment, Raditz said nothing. Around them, the Frieza Force soldiers waited tensely, unsure how to handle this bizarre family reunion. Their mission parameters hadn't included anything about psychological counseling from a 4-year-old. "Happiness is a luxury that the weak can't afford," Raditz said finally, but his voice lacked conviction. Power is all that matters in this universe. The strong take from the weak, that's the natural order. Is it? Kakarot asked, tilting his head thoughtfully. The forest animals here are stronger or weaker than each other, but they don't spend all their time fighting. They find ways to live together. The strong ones protect the weak ones from real dangers, and the weak ones help the strong ones in other ways. He gestured toward the tree line, where various Vashian creatures had begun to emerge. Word had somehow spread through the forest's complex communication networks that their protectors were in danger, and dozens of species were converging on the clearing. They're not afraid of me because I proved I won't hurt them, Kakarot continued. But they respect me because they know I'll fight anything that tries to harm them. Isn't that better than just making everyone scared? Raditz watched in amazement as creatures that should have been natural enemies stood side by side at the forest's edge. Predators and prey, united by their shared trust in the small Saiyan child who had spent years proving himself to be their guardian. This is unnatural, he muttered, but his tone had shifted from disgust to uncertainty. Saiyans don't. We're not nurturers, we're destroyers. Says who? Gine asked, moving to stand beside Kakarot. Who decided what Saiyans are supposed to be? King Vegeta, the Saiyan elites who sold our people's services to the highest bidder. Or maybe Frieza himself. Planet Vashti, Forest Edge, Revelation. The mention of Frieza's name caused visible flinches among the soldiers, but Raditz's reaction was more complex. His face cycled through anger, fear, and something that might have been shame before settling into grim resignation. Frieza saved us, he said, but the words sounded hollow even to him. He gave us purpose after our world died. Frieza destroyed our world, Gine corrected firmly. I know the truth, Raditz. Bardock discovered it before the end. Our own king sold our people to a tyrant who was planning our extinction all along. That's impossible, Raditz protested, but his voice was weakening. Lord Frieza wouldn't, he needs us. We're his elite soldiers. You're his attack dogs, Kakarot said with the brutal honesty of childhood. I can feel it in your energy, brother. You're not happy serving him, you're scared of him. And you hate yourself for the things he's made you do. The simple truth of it hit Raditz like a physical blow. For years, he'd buried his guilt and fear under layers of Saiyan pride and warrior philosophy. But his little brother's empathic abilities had cut straight through his defenses, exposing the pain he'd tried so hard to hide. What would you have me do? He asked desperately. Betray the only power in the universe that's shown any interest in keeping Saiyans alive. Frieza may be cruel, but at least under his protection we still exist. We don't exist, Gine said sadly. We survive. There's a difference, Raditz. Existence requires hope, growth, the possibility of something better. Survival is just not dying yet. Around them, the Frieza Force soldiers were beginning to shift nervously. This philosophical discussion wasn't what they'd been trained for, and several were starting to mutter among themselves about mission parameters and acceptable delays. Planet Vashti, Forest Edge, the choice, enough talking, the squad's commanding officer declared, a tall reptilian being with cybernetic enhancements. Lord Frieza wants these Saiyan survivors brought to him immediately. Raditz, complete your mission. Raditz looked between his family and his commanding officer, his face a mask of internal conflict. The choice before him was simple in theory but devastating in practice. Loyalty to the empire that had given him purpose, or loyalty to the family he'd thought lost forever. Kakarot, he said finally, his voice strained. Come with me willingly. Join Frieza's forces. Learn to be a proper Saiyan warrior. I can protect you, train you, help you reach your full potential. What about Mama? Kakarot asked innocently. Raditz's silence was answer enough. Guinea had proven herself too dangerous to Frieza's ideology. Her influence on Kakarot, her alternative vision of what Saiyans could become, it all represented a threat to the Emperor's control over the surviving members of their race. I see, Kakarot said quietly, then with the firm resolve of someone far older than his years. No, Raditz repeated, stunned. I won't leave Mama, and I won't hurt innocent people just because someone tells me to. The child's key signature began to shift, taking on properties that made everyone's scouters malfunction. If you want to take us to your Emperor, you'll have to fight us. But I promise you, brother, I'll fight to protect, not to destroy. Planet Vashti, Forest Edge battle positions, the standoff stretched taut as wire. Frieza Force soldiers raised their weapons, their commander's patience finally exhausted. Raditz stood frozen between duty and family, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. And in the center of it all, Kakarot took a defensive stance that his mother had spent years perfecting. Not the aggressive posture of a Saiyan warrior, but the protective position of a guardian preparing to shield others from harm. Last warning, brother, the child said, his young voice carrying impossible authority. Walk away, take your soldiers and leave this place. I don't want to hurt you, but I won't let you hurt Mama or anyone else under my protection. Raditz looked at his little brother, really looked at him, and for the first time saw not weakness, but a different kind of strength. A strength that didn't depend on making others fear you. A strength that came from being willing to sacrifice yourself for something greater than personal power. It was everything their father had tried to be in his final moments, and everything Raditz had forgotten how to be. I'm sorry, Kakarot, he said, his voice breaking slightly. I'm sorry for what I've become, and I'm sorry for what I have to do. His power level began to climb, ki crackling around his body like lightning. The Frieza Force soldiers cheered, assuming their Saiyan ally was finally following orders. But Gine, watching her eldest son carefully, saw something they missed. Raditz's energy wasn't building for an attack. It was building for something else entirely, a technique she hadn't seen since the early days of her relationship with Bardock. A technique designed not to destroy enemies, but to protect allies. Planet Vashti Forest Edge Brothers Sacrifice Kakarot, Mother Get Down, Raditz roared, spinning toward the Frieza Force soldiers with his power at maximum. I choose family. What happened next was a masterpiece of controlled violence. Raditz's ki exploded outward in a directed blast that struck every soldier simultaneously. But instead of killing them, it delivered precise nerve strikes that left them unconscious but alive. Years of unwilling service had taught him exactly how to disable Frieza Force equipment and personnel without causing permanent damage. Within seconds, the entire squad was unconscious, their weapons destroyed, their communications equipment fried. Only Raditz remained standing, his power slowly fading as the massive energy expenditure took its toll. Brother, Kakarot cried, rushing to catch Raditz as he swayed on his feet. Why? Why did you choose us? Because, Raditz said, smiling down at his little brother with genuine warmth for the first time in years, you reminded me what it feels like to protect someone instead of just surviving another day. Guinea joined them, tears streaming down her face as she embraced both her sons. Raditz, what you just did, Frieza will never forgive this. You know what that means. I know, Raditz replied, his voice steady despite his exhaustion. But for the first time since Planet Vegeta died, I feel like a Saiyan again. Not Frieza's attack dog, not a tool of conquest, a protector, like Father was. Planet Vashti Forest Edge Aftermath. As the three Saiyans held their reunion, the forest creatures that had gathered to protect Kakarot began to approach. Slowly, cautiously, they surrounded the family, not as threats, but as living proof of the philosophy that Gine had spent years teaching. Raditz stared in amazement as predators and prey alike pressed close to his little brother, their natural instincts overridden by their absolute trust in his protective nature. This is what you've created, he said to Gine, wonder in his voice. This is what Saiyans could have been if we'd chosen a different path. This is what Kakarot will be, Gine corrected, what he'll teach others to become. But first we need to get off this planet. When these soldiers don't report back, Frieza will send more, stronger ones. Raditz nodded grimly. He'll probably come himself eventually. The idea of Saiyans who refuse to serve him, it'll drive him insane with rage. Then we need to be ready, Kakarot said, with the simple determination that had become his trademark. Not to fight him, but to show him that there's a better way. Maybe even he can be healed if he wants to be. Both adults stared at the child in amazement. The idea of trying to redeem Frieza, the destroyer of worlds, the tyrant of the universe, was so audacious it bordered on insanity. But as they looked at the miraculous peace surrounding them, at the evidence of what Kakarot had already accomplished on this single world, they began to wonder if maybe, just maybe, their youngest member was thinking on a scale they hadn't even imagined. Planet Vashti Guinea's shelter. 3 hours later, as night fell over their forest home, the three Saiyans sat around a small fire, sharing the first meal they'd eaten together as a complete family in over 4 years. The unconscious Frieza Force soldiers had been secured in their own ships, their weapons disabled, but their lives preserved, another example of Kakarot's insistence on protection over destruction. Tell me about the other survivors, Gine asked as she tended to Raditz's injuries from his energy expenditure. Prince Vegeta, Nappa, are they really alive? Alive, but changed, Raditz replied carefully, glancing at Kakarot to gauge how much the child should hear. Vegeta especially. Frieza's twisted him into something almost unrecognizable. He's become obsessed with power, with proving himself superior to everyone and everything. And Nappa follows Vegeta blindly, always has. Raditz's expression darkened. They won't understand what you've done here. what Kakarot represents. To them, he'll seem like an abomination, a Saiyan who's forgotten his nature. I haven't forgotten anything, Kakarot said quietly, staring into the fire. I just choose to be something different. Something better. Raditz studied his little brother's face, seeing determination and wisdom that seemed impossible in someone so young. They'll try to change you back, or failing that, they'll try to eliminate you as a threat to Saiyan pride. Let them try, Gine said firmly. Kakarot's way is the future of our race. If Vegeta and the others can't see that, then they're welcome to remain trapped in the past. As if summoned by their conversation, all three Saiyans suddenly felt it, multiple powerful key signatures approaching through hyperspace. Signatures they recognized from the old days on planet Vegeta. Prince Vegeta, Raditz breathed. He's coming, and he's not alone. Through the forest canopy, new stars began to appear in the night sky, the running lights of Saiyan attack pods, moving with deadly purpose toward their coordinates. The real test of Kakarot's philosophy was about to begin. Planet Vashi, forest clearing, late night, the attack pods screamed through Vashti's atmosphere like falling meteors, their entry trails painting streaks of fire across the star-filled sky. Guinea counted 3 distinct energy signatures, one burning with royal arrogance that could only belong to Prince Vegeta, another massive and brutish that had to be Nappa, and a third that she didn't recognize but felt somehow familiar. They're coming in fast, Raditz observed, his newly awakened protective instincts making him tense as he watched the approaching lights. No stealth, no reconnaissance, this is a direct assault. 4-year-old Kakarot stood between his mother and brother, his small face turned upward toward the descending pods. Unlike the adults, he showed no fear, only that same curious concern he displayed when sensing the injured animals of the forest. The angry one hurts inside, he said softly, his empathic abilities picking up emotional signatures even at this distance. He's in so much pain, but he's trying to turn it into anger instead of healing it. That's Prince Vegeta, Guinea explained, kneeling beside her youngest son. He was born to rule our people, raised to believe that strength comes from domination. His pain comes from losing everything he thought he was destined to inherit. Can I help him? Kakarot asked with the innocent optimism that had become his defining characteristic. Raditz made a strangled sound that might have been laughter or despair. Kakarot, you don't understand. Vegeta isn't just hurt, he's dangerous. Possibly the most dangerous Saiyan who ever lived. His power level is beyond anything most beings can comprehend. Power doesn't make someone strong, Kakarot replied with the wisdom his mother had instilled in him. Using power to help others makes someone strong. Using it to hurt people just makes someone scary. Planet Vashti impact zone. Minutes later, the 3 pods struck the forest floor with devastating force, their impact creating a triangular pattern of destruction that flattened ancient trees and carved deep craters in the earth. Steam rose from the superheated metal as the pods' hatches began to open, disgorging their occupants into the alien night. Prince Vegeta emerged first, his compact frame radiating an aura of barely contained violence. His royal blue armor gleamed in the moonlight, unmarked despite years of constant warfare. Behind him came Nappa, the massive bald Saiyan whose scarred face spoke of countless battles won through overwhelming force. But it was the third figure that made Guinea's breath catch in her throat. A young Saiyan with long green hair and a power level that defied belief, someone who looked disturbingly familiar despite her certainty that they'd never met. Turles, Raditz breathed in recognition. I thought he was dead. Apparently not, Vegeta said coldly, his voice carrying easily across the devastated landscape. His scouter was already scanning the area, picking up multiple Saiyan energy signatures. 3 survivors, just as your failed subordinate reported before his unfortunate malfunction, the prince's dark eyes fixed on the tree line where he could sense their quarry hiding. Come out, you pathetic remnants. Face your prince with whatever dignity you can muster. Planet Vashti, forest edge confrontation. Guinea stepped into the clearing first, her posture calm but alert. Raditz followed, his stance protective as he positioned himself to shield his family if necessary. And finally, Kakarot emerged from the shadows, a small figure who seemed almost insignificant next to the armored warriors arrayed against them. Prince Vegeta, Guinea said formally, offering a slight bow that acknowledged his royal status without showing submission. It's been a long time. Vegeta's scouter beeped as it analyzed her power level, and his lip curled in disgust. Bardock's mate, I remember you weak then and apparently even weaker now. Living in exile has made you soft. His gaze shifted to Raditz and his expression darkened further. And you, Raditz, my sources tell me you've turned traitor. Attacked Frieza Force soldiers, abandoned your duty. His voice dropped to a dangerous whisper. Explain yourself. I chose family over servitude, Raditz replied steadily, though Guinea could sense his nervous energy. Something I should have done years ago. Family, Vegeta laughed, but there was no humor in the sound. We are the last Saiyans in existence. I am your prince, your rightful ruler. That makes me more family to you than these. These deserters who have forgotten what it means to be Saiyan warriors. Finally, his attention turned to Kakarot, and for a moment, genuine surprise flickered across his features. The child's power level was reading as barely above normal on his scouter, yet something about the boy's presence made his warrior instincts scream warnings. And this is Kakarot, he said slowly. Bardock's youngest son. The one we thought lost. His voice took on a tone of disappointed disgust. Look at you, 4 years old and soft as a newborn. Where is your warrior's pride, your Saiyan heritage? Planet Vashi Forest Edge Philosophy Clash. Kakarot stepped forward, showing no intimidation despite being dwarfed by the prince's presence. I'm a Saiyan, he said simply, but I choose to protect people instead of hurting them. Mama taught me that real strength comes from keeping others safe. The silence that followed was deafening. Even the forest creatures seemed to sense the tension, retreating deeper into the undergrowth as the confrontation escalated. Then Vegeta threw back his head and laughed, a sound filled with genuine amusement and bitter contempt. Protect people, keep them safe? Child, you have no idea what you're saying. Saiyans are predators. We are the apex warriors of the universe. We take what we want and destroy what opposes us. That is our nature. That was our nature, Kakarot corrected gently. And it got our planet destroyed. Maybe it's time to try something different. The laughter died in Vegeta's throat, replaced by a cold fury that made the air around him shimmer with barely contained energy. Our planet was destroyed by Frieza's treachery, not by our strength. And I will have my revenge for that betrayal, but only after I've reclaimed what is rightfully mine, dominion over the last of our race. He gestured toward Kakarot with dismissive contempt. Starting with correcting the damage that's been done to you. Nappa, Turles, prepare a training regimen. We're going to beat the weakness out of this child and turn him into a proper Saiyan warrior. No, Kakarot said simply. The single word hung in the air like a challenge. Vegeta's scouter began beeping frantically as the child's power level fluctuated, not increasing dramatically but shifting into patterns it couldn't properly analyze. What did you say? Vegeta asked, his voice deadly quiet. I said no, Kakarot repeated, his young face set with determination. I won't let you turn me into something that hurts innocent people. And I won't let you hurt my family. Planet Vashi Forest Edge battle begins. Vegeta's control snapped. With a roar of outrage that shattered trees and sent shockwaves through the ground, his power level exploded upward. Golden energy crackled around his compact frame as he launched himself at the child who had dared to defy him. But Kakarot didn't try to dodge or counterattack. Instead, he did something that defied every combat instinct bred into Saiyan DNA. He stood his ground and raised a barrier. Not a barrier designed to absorb or deflect the attack, but something far more sophisticated. A selective field that allowed Vegeta's energy to pass through while simultaneously redirecting its force away from any living targets. The prince's devastating assault struck the shield and simply dissipated its destructive potential, harmlessly absorbed by the planet's magnetic field. Impossible, Vegeta snarled, pulling back in shock. No barrier technique can do that. You should be atomized. I'm not trying to fight you, Kakarot explained patiently, maintaining his defensive stance. I'm trying to protect everyone else from getting hurt when you attack me. The distinction seemed to infuriate Vegeta even more. He unleashed a barrage of ki blasts, each one powerful enough to level a city block, but they all met the same fate, absorbed, redirected, rendered harmless by Kakarot's impossible barrier technique. Fight back, Vegeta roared. Show me your Saiyan pride, show me your warrior's rage. Planet Vashi Forest Edge defensive mastery. Instead of responding with violence, Kakarot began to move. His footwork was unlike anything the assembled Saiyans had ever seen, not the aggressive advances and brutal strikes of traditional martial arts, but flowing, adaptive movements that seemed designed to minimize harm to everyone involved. When Vegeta's next attack came, a devastating rush that should have pulverized the child, Kakarot simply wasn't where the prince expected him to be. He flowed around the assault like water, his movements so smooth and natural that Vegeta found himself striking empty air while the child appeared behind him, completely untouched. This is incredible, Turles breathed, his scouter struggling to track Kakarot's energy signature. He's not even trying to hurt Prince Vegeta, but he's completely neutralizing every attack. "Shut up," Vegeta snapped, spinning to face his elusive opponent. "This isn't a real fight. The child is running away like a coward." But even as he spoke, Vegeta's warrior instincts were telling him something different. This wasn't cowardice, it was mastery of a type he'd never encountered. Every movement Kakarot made served multiple purposes: avoiding harm, protecting bystanders, and gradually wearing down his opponent's energy reserves without ever returning an aggressive action. It was fighting as an art form, combat elevated beyond mere violence into something approaching philosophy. Planet Vashi, Forest Edge, unexpected intervention. As the one-sided battle continued, Gine watched with growing alarm. Not because Kakarot was losing, her son's defensive techniques were holding perfectly against even Vegeta's royal power, but because she could sense something building in the forest around them. The planet's ecosystem was responding to the conflict, drawn by Kakarot's unique energy signature. What had started as curious observation was becoming active participation, as the very environment began to rally to their protector's defense. "Vegeta, stop," she called out. "You don't understand what you're triggering." But the prince was beyond reason, his royal pride unable to accept that a child, especially one he considered defective, was making him look foolish. His power level climbed even higher, energy crackling around him like a golden storm. "I am the prince of all Saiyans," he roared, gathering energy for what could only be a planet-killing attack. "I will not be humiliated by a pacifist child." The massive energy sphere that formed above his head contained enough power to crack Vashti's crust. It was the kind of attack that defined Saiyan warfare, overwhelming force applied without regard for collateral damage. But as Vegeta prepared to unleash his ultimate assault, something extraordinary happened. The forest itself came alive around Kakarot, responding to his 4 years of gentle protection and careful cultivation. Trees bent to form living shields, the ground itself shifted to create defensive barriers, and even the air seemed to thicken with protective energy. "What is this?" Nappa gasped, staring in amazement as the entire ecosystem mobilized to defend the child who had spent years proving himself worthy of their trust. Planet Vashi, Forest Edge. The great ape gambit. Realizing that conventional attacks weren't working, Vegeta made a desperate decision. Pulling a small device from his armor, he crushed it in his palm, releasing an artificial moon that began to glow with Blut's waves. "If you won't fight me as a Saiyan," he snarled, his body already beginning to expand as the transformation took hold, "then I'll force your warrior instincts to surface." The artificial moonlight triggered the great ape transformation in all the Saiyans present, all except Kakarot, who did something that shocked everyone watching. Instead of growing larger and more savage, he seemed to condense. His energy became more focused, more controlled, as if he was achieving the power of the great ape form while maintaining his rational mind and compact size. "Controlled Uzaru state," Raditz breathed in amazement. "I've heard legends about Saiyans who could do that, but I never believed them." The transformed Vegeta, now a massive golden ape with eyes blazing with primal fury, let out a roar that shattered every piece of glass within a 50-kilometer radius. But when he looked down at Kakarot, expecting to see another mindless ape ready for primitive combat, he found the child still standing calmly in human form, surrounded by a golden aura that seemed to pulse with contained power. "Even like this, I won't hurt you," Kakarot said, his voice somehow carrying clearly despite the prince's massive form. "You're family. You're hurt and angry, but that doesn't make you evil." The great ape Vegeta's response was to try to crush the child under his massive fist, a blow that should have created a crater where Kakarot stood. Instead, the impact was absorbed and redirected through the ground, the force dissipating harmlessly into the planet's core. Planet Vashi, Forest Edge. Revelation and realization, the battle that followed was unlike anything in recorded Saiyan history. A giant ape, representing the pinnacle of their race's savage power, being systematically neutralized by a small child who refused to fight back with anything resembling traditional aggression. Every attack was met with perfect defense. Every devastating assault was absorbed, redirected, or simply avoided with movements so fluid they seemed like dance. And slowly, inevitably, the great ape's energy began to wane. "He's wearing Prince Vegeta down," Turles observed with growing amazement. "Without landing a single offensive blow, he's winning." But Guinea could see what the others missed. Kakarot wasn't trying to win, he was trying to heal. Each defensive maneuver, each perfectly timed evasion, was designed not just to protect himself, but to gradually calm the savage fury driving Vegeta's transformed state. It was working. The great ape's attacks were becoming less frenzied, more confused. Deep in his transformed mind, Vegeta was beginning to realize that his opponent truly had no intention of harming him, and that realization was causing his primal rage to falter. What are you?" the prince asked, his massive voice filled with bewilderment as his transformation began to flicker. "I'm your cousin," Kakarot replied simply. "I'm someone who cares about you even though you're trying to hurt me. And I'm someone who believes you can be better than this." The words hit Vegeta like a physical blow. In his transformed state, with his higher reasoning suppressed, the simple honesty of the statement cut through centuries of royal conditioning and brutal training. No one had ever said they cared about him, not since his father's death, not since planet Vegeta's destruction. He was the prince, the elite warrior, the last hope of their race. But he had never been just someone worth caring about. Planet Vashi Forest Edge transformation's end, the artificial moon's light began to fade as its energy source exhausted itself, and Vegeta's great ape form started to shrink back to normal size. But instead of the controlled transformation of a master warrior, his change was erratic, unstable. The emotional turmoil caused by Kakarot's words interfering with his usual disciplined approach to power management. He collapsed to his knees as the transformation completed, his armor cracked and his royal pride in tatters. For the first time in years, Prince Vegeta looked small, vulnerable, human despite his alien heritage. Kakarot approached him slowly, his hands empty and non-threatening. The child's energy signature had returned to its deceptively low baseline, but everyone present could now sense the vast power he kept carefully contained beneath the surface. "Are you hurt?" the 4-year-old asked with genuine concern, kneeling beside the fallen prince. Vegeta looked up at him, confusion and something that might have been shame warring in his dark eyes. "Why?" he whispered. "Why won't you fight me properly? Why won't you show me the respect of treating me as a true enemy?" "Because you're not my enemy," Kakarot replied with the patient kindness that had become his trademark. "You're hurt and alone and scared, just like I would be if Mama and Raditz weren't here to take care of me. Fighting you wouldn't make you feel better. It would just make both of us hurt more." The prince stared at the child in silence for long moments, his worldview cracking under the weight of such simple compassion. Everything he'd been taught, everything he believed about strength and power and the nature of Saiyan pride, none of it had prepared him for this. "Planet Vashi Forest Edge, a new understanding, you defeated me," Vegeta said finally, his voice hollow with shock. "Without throwing a single punch, without powering up, without even trying to hurt me, you defeated the Prince of all Saiyans." "I didn't defeat you," Kakarot corrected gently. "I just helped you realize that you don't have to be angry all the time. Being angry is really tiring, isn't it? It makes everything hurt worse." Despite himself, Vegeta found himself nodding. The constant fury that had driven him since planet Vegeta's destruction was exhausting. It was like carrying a flame inside his chest that never stopped burning, consuming everything good and leaving only ash behind. "But if I'm not angry," he said quietly, "if I'm not fighting, what am I? What's the point of being the strongest if I don't use that strength to dominate others?" "You could use it to protect people," Kakarot suggested. "There are lots of beings in the universe who aren't as strong as you are. Bad people try to hurt them because they can't fight back. You could stop the bad people instead of being one of them." The words stung because they contained an uncomfortable truth. Vegeta had spent years as one of Frieza's elite soldiers, conquering worlds and exterminating populations for the Emperor's amusement. How many innocents had died by his hand? How many civilizations had he helped destroy? "I've done terrible things," he whispered, the admission torn from his throat like a physical wound. "I've killed so many entire worlds. How could someone like me ever be a protector?" "The same way Raditz could," Kakarot said, glancing at his older brother. "By choosing to be different starting right now. Yesterday is finished, but today is still happening. You get to decide what kind of person you want to be today." Planet Vashi Forest Edge, dawn of change, as the first light of dawn broke over the forest, painting the devastated clearing in shades of gold and green, an unprecedented scene unfolded. The Prince of all Saiyans sat in the dirt beside a 4-year-old child, tears streaming down his face as years of suppressed guilt and pain finally found release. Nappa and Turles stood nearby, their own worldviews shaken by what they'd witnessed. The idea that their prince, their exemplar of Saiyan pride and power, could be brought to tears by a pacifist child challenged everything they thought they knew about strength and leadership. "My prince," Nappa said uncertainly, "what are your orders?" Vegeta looked up at his oldest companion, his eyes red but clearer than they'd been in years. I don't know, he admitted. For the first time in my life, I truly don't know what we should do. Maybe that's okay, Kakarot suggested. Mama says it's okay not to know things sometimes. That's what learning is, for figuring out stuff you didn't know before. The child's innocent wisdom hit Vegeta like a revelation. When was the last time he'd admitted ignorance about anything? When was the last time he'd allowed himself to learn rather than simply dominate through superior power? What would you have us do? He asked, the question directed at Kakarot but encompassing all three members of his newfound family. We can't return to Frieza, not after what happened here. We can't reclaim planet Vegeta because it no longer exists. What purpose could we possibly serve? Gine stepped forward, her maternal instincts recognizing the lost child beneath Vegeta's royal facade. The same purpose Kakarot serves, she said gently. Protection of those who cannot protect themselves, healing instead of harming, building instead of destroying. Is that even possible for someone like me? Vegeta asked, genuine vulnerability in his voice. I've spent my entire life being a weapon. Can a weapon become a tool for creation? Yes, Kakarot said with absolute certainty. Because you're not really a weapon, you're a person who was taught to act like a weapon. But now you can learn to act like something else. As if to demonstrate his point, the child extended his small hand toward one of the craters created by their battle. Golden energy flowed from his palm, but instead of destructive force, it carried the essence of growth and renewal. Grass began to sprout in the barren soil, flowers bloomed from nothing, and slowly but surely the devastation began to heal. That's impossible, Turles breathed. Kai doesn't work that way, it's for fighting, for destruction. Only if that's what you choose to use it for, Kakarot replied, his attention focused on his healing work. Everything has the potential to help or hurt. We get to choose which one we want to be. Planet Vashti Forest edged new alliances as the morning progressed. The five Saiyans worked together to repair the damage from their battle. It was surreal. Prince Vegeta, the most feared warrior in the universe, carefully replanting seedlings under the guidance of a 4-year-old who treated ecosystem restoration as naturally as breathing. I don't understand how this is possible, Vegeta muttered as he watched Kakarot encourage a damaged tree to regrow its shattered trunk. These techniques, they go against everything we know about ki manipulation. Maybe what we knew was incomplete, Raditz suggested. Maybe our people only learned half of what ki could do, and that's part of why we destroyed ourselves. It was a sobering thought. The idea that Saiyan civilization might have collapsed not because they were too weak, but because they'd limited themselves to only the destructive applications of their power opened up possibilities that none of them had ever considered. Frieza will come, Nappa pointed out, ever practical. When we don't return with the survivors, when his reconnaissance teams don't report back, he'll investigate personally. And when he finds us, we'll be ready, Kakarot said confidently. Not to fight him, but to show him there's a better way. Maybe he's just scared and angry too, like Prince Vegeta was. The adults exchanged glances that mixed admiration with terror. The child's optimism was inspiring, but the idea of trying to redeem Frieza, the destroyer of worlds, the tyrant emperor who'd orchestrated the genocide of their people, seemed beyond even Kakarot's miraculous abilities. But as they watched him work, healing the forest with patience and care, they began to wonder if perhaps they were thinking too small. If a 4-year-old could transform the Prince of all Saiyans from a weapon of destruction into a gardener of growth, what other impossibilities might become possible? The sound of approaching ships in the distance reminded them that they wouldn't have long to find out. Frieza's response to their betrayal was coming, and with it, the greatest test of Kakarot's revolutionary philosophy. But for the first time in years, they faced the future not as scattered survivors clinging to the past, but as a family united by hope for something better. The last Saiyans in the universe were finally ready to discover what they could become when they chose creation over destruction. Space Frieza's flagship. 3 days after Vashti incident, the command deck of Frieza's massive dreadnought hummed with barely contained terror. Officers moved with the exaggerated precision of beings who knew that the slightest mistake could result in immediate death, while the Emperor himself sat in his hover throne, studying reports that had arrived from the Vashti system. Fascinating, Frieza purred, his tail swishing with dangerous amusement as he reviewed surveillance footage from the disabled reconnaissance drone. Saiyans who heal instead of destroy, a child who defeats a prince through pacifism. How? Deliciously perverse. The footage showed Kakarot's impossible defensive techniques, his healing of the forest, and most intriguingly, his apparent ability to inspire loyalty in beings who should have been natural enemies. It was everything Frieza had spent decades trying to prevent, Saiyans developing beyond their role as his personal attack dogs. "My lord," his aide Zarbon ventured carefully, "shall I dispatch additional forces to eliminate these anomalies?" "Oh no," Frieza laughed, the sound sending chills through every being on the bridge. "This requires a more personal touch. After all, it's not every day one encounters Saiyans who think they can transcend their nature. I'm quite curious to meet this remarkable child who believes love conquers all." His crimson eyes gleamed with malicious anticipation. "Set course for Vashti, maximum speed. I want to have a conversation with these philosophical warriors before word of their existence spreads to other potential rebels." Planet Vashti rebuilt clearing same time the forest clearing had been transformed in the 3 days since Vegeta's arrival. What had once been a simple training ground was now a living testament to Kakarot's healing philosophy. Gardens flourished where craters had been, streams flowed through channels created by redirected energy blasts, and the 5 Saiyans had built a modest settlement that seemed to grow organically from the landscape itself. Vegeta knelt beside a small pond, carefully tending to aquatic plants while Kakarot sat nearby, teaching him the meditative techniques that allowed for precise ki control. The sight would have been unthinkable a week earlier, the prince of all Saiyans learning patience and nurturing from a 4-year-old child. "I still don't understand how you do it," Vegeta admitted, his voice free of the arrogance that had once defined him. "The healing technique, the environmental manipulation, the way you turn my own rage against itself. None of it follows any combat principles I've ever learned." "That's because it's not about combat," Kakarot explained, his small hands moving through the water to encourage algae growth. "It's about understanding. When you really understand something, how it works, what it needs, why it hurts, you can help it become better." Raditz approached from where he'd been sparring with Nappa and Turles, his expression troubled. "Kakarot, we need to talk about Frieza." The child looked up, sensing his brother's concern. "What about him?" "He's coming," Gine said, emerging from their shelter with grim certainty. "I can feel his energy signature approaching through hyperspace. We have perhaps an hour before he arrives." The peaceful atmosphere of the clearing shifted instantly. Even with their newfound philosophy of protection over aggression, none of them could forget what Frieza represented, the destroyer of worlds, the tyrant who had orchestrated their race's genocide. "We should run," Turles suggested practically. 5 Saiyans, even working together, can't stand against Frieza's full power. He's beyond anything we can handle. "Running won't solve anything," Kakarot said with the wisdom that continued to surprise the adults around him. "If we run, he'll just follow us, and he'll hurt other people while he's looking for us. Besides," he added with a small smile, "maybe he doesn't want to fight either. Maybe he's just scared and angry like Prince Vegeta was." Planet Vashti, Forest Edge, 45 minutes later Frieza's arrival, was heralded by a darkness that seemed to swallow light itself. His flagship descended through Vashti's atmosphere like a metal moon, its shadow casting the entire forest into an unnatural twilight. Smaller ships surrounded it in perfect formation, a fleet capable of sterilizing entire star systems deployed against 5 individuals. The Emperor himself descended in a personal transport pod, surrounded by his elite guard. As the pod opened, Frieza emerged in his first form, deceptively small and refined, but radiating a malevolence that made the air itself seem poisonous. "Such a quaint little world," he observed, his cultured voice carrying easily across the clearing. "And such remarkable gardeners. I must say the reports of your unusual development hardly did justice to the reality." The 5 Saiyans stood together at the forest's edge, but their formation was unlike any battle stance their race had ever employed. Instead of aggressive positioning, they had arranged themselves to provide maximum protection for each other and any innocent creatures that might be caught in the crossfire. "Lord Frieza," Vegeta said, his voice steady despite the fear that Frieza's presence inevitably inspired. "We are no longer in your service." "Oh, my dear prince," Frieza chuckled, his tail coiling with amusement. "I'm not here to reclaim your service. I'm here because you've become something far more valuable than mere soldiers. You've become an example." Planet Vashti, Forest Edge philosophical confrontation. Kakarot stepped forward, showing no fear despite being dwarfed by Frieza's guards. The child's calm confidence created a strange tableau, ultimate innocence facing ultimate evil without flinching. "Hello," he said politely. "Mama taught me to be nice to visitors even if they're not very nice themselves. Are you here to hurt us?" Frieza's eyes widened with genuine delight. "Ah, and this must be the famous Kakarot. The Saiyan who heals instead of harms, who protects instead of conquers." Tell me, child, do you truly believe that love and compassion can overcome power and fear? I believe that everyone hurts sometimes, Kakarot replied with his characteristic directness. And when people hurt, they sometimes try to make other people hurt too because they think it will make them feel better, but it never does, it just makes more hurt. How philosophical, Frieza purred, and you think I'm hurting? That my actions throughout the universe stem from some deep-seated pain rather than simple enjoyment of power? Yes, Kakarot said without hesitation. I can feel it in your energy. You're scared of something and you try to make that fear go away by making everyone else scared of you, but that must be really lonely. For the first time in decades, Frieza was speechless. The child's empathic reading had cut through layers of conditioning and psychological armor to touch something he'd thought buried beyond reach: the memory of fear, of vulnerability, of being small and powerless in a universe that showed no mercy to the weak. Planet Vashti Forest Edge revelation of truth. You know nothing about me, child, Frieza said, but his voice had lost some of its casual cruelty. I am the Emperor of the universe. I have destroyed countless worlds, eliminated entire species, brought civilizations to their knees with a gesture. Fear is a tool I use, not an emotion I experience. Then why are you so afraid of us? Kakarot asked with the innocent directness that had already transformed two Saiyan princes. We're just a family trying to live quietly in the forest. If you're really as strong and important as you say, why do we scare you? The question hit Frieza like a physical blow. Because the child was right, he was afraid. Terrified, in fact. The existence of Saiyans who operated outside his control, who had transcended their programmed role as his attack dogs, represented something more dangerous to his empire than any military force ever could. It represented hope, and hope unchecked could spread like wildfire through the galaxy. I'm not afraid of you, he said, but even his elite guards could hear the lie in his voice. I'm here to eliminate a potential threat to galactic stability, nothing more. Stability? Gine stepped forward, her maternal instincts overriding her fear. You call systematic oppression and genocide stability. You destroyed our world because you were afraid that one day we might become strong enough to oppose you. I destroyed your world because it was necessary, Frieza snapped, his carefully maintained composure beginning to crack. Saiyans are weapons, nothing more, dangerous weapons that required proper management. Your people never understood their place in the natural order. What natural order? Kakarot asked, tilting his head with curiosity. The one where strong people hurt weak people just because they can. That doesn't sound very natural to me. In the forest, strong animals protect weak ones from real dangers. They don't just attack them for fun. Planet Vashti Forest Edge power display Frieza's patience finally snapped. With a roar of frustration that shattered every piece of glass within kilometers, he powered up to his second form. His body elongated and grew, horns sprouting from his skull as his power level climbed to heights that made reality itself seem fragile around him. Enough, he bellowed, energy crackling around his transformed frame. I will show you the true nature of power. I will demonstrate why the universe bows before Frieza. He raised one finger, gathering enough energy to vaporize the entire planet, preparing to end this philosophical debate with overwhelming force. But as the deadly sphere of destruction formed above his fingertip, something impossible happened. Kakarot stepped directly beneath the attack, his small arms spread wide in a gesture of absolute trust and vulnerability. I know you don't want to hurt people, the child said calmly, looking up at the tyrant who held planetary annihilation in his grasp. You're just scared that if you stop hurting them, they'll hurt you back, but we won't. We don't want revenge, we just want to help you feel better. The sphere of destructive energy wavered, its perfect stability disrupted by Frieza's sudden emotional turmoil. No one had ever stood beneath his ultimate attack without fear. No one had ever looked at him with compassion while he was preparing to kill them. You're not afraid of me, he whispered, his voice filled with wonder and horror in equal measure. Should I be? Kakarot asked with genuine curiosity. You're not really a monster, are you? You're just someone who learned that hurting people was easier than trusting them. But it doesn't have to stay that way. Planet Vashti Forest Edge first experience with rage for the first time in his life, Kakarot felt something stirring in his chest that he didn't recognize, a burning sensation that seemed to feed on itself, growing stronger with each heartbeat. As he listened to Frieza's casual dismissal of their people's suffering, watched the casual cruelty with which the Emperor treated all life, something fundamental shifted in his young psyche. This wasn't just hurt or anger. This was rage, pure, righteous fury at the injustice of a universe where beings like Frieza could cause such immeasurable suffering without consequence. But unlike the explosive, destructive rage that defined most Saiyans, Kakarot's fury was filtered through 4 years of his mother's teachings. Instead of seeking to destroy, his anger sought to heal. Instead of wanting to hurt Frieza, he wanted to heal the damage the Emperor had caused, both to others and to himself. "I can feel it," he said softly, his small form beginning to glow with golden light. "All the pain you've caused, all the people who died scared and alone because of you. All the hurt you're carrying inside yourself because you think it makes you strong." The light around Kakarot intensified, but it wasn't the savage golden aura of traditional Super Saiyan transformation. This was something new, gentle but unbreakable, warm but infinitely powerful. His key signature was changing, evolving into something that had never existed before. "What is this?" Frieza breathed, his scouter screaming warnings about energy readings that defied all known parameters. "What are you becoming?" "I'm becoming someone who can help," Kakarot replied, his voice carrying a resonance that seemed to reach into the souls of everyone present. "Someone who can heal the hurt you've been carrying for so long." Planet Vashi, Forest Edge compassionate Super Saiyan. The transformation that followed defied everything anyone understood about Saiyan biology. Instead of the brutal, rage-fueled metamorphosis that defined Super Saiyan legend, Kakarot's change was gentle, gradual, and suffused with an energy that felt more like sunlight than lightning. His hair shifted to gold, yes, but it retained its soft, childlike texture. His eyes became emerald green instead of the typical turquoise, and his aura pulsed with a rhythm that seemed to match the heartbeat of every living thing on the planet. But most remarkably, his power level remained stable rather than spiking dramatically. He wasn't becoming stronger in the traditional sense. He was becoming more complete, more connected to the fundamental forces that bound all life together. "Impossible," Vegeta whispered, his own understanding of Saiyan physiology crumbling. Super Saiyan transformation requires rage, hatred, the desire for violence. He's achieved it through compassion, not just compassion, Gine realized, tears streaming down her face as she watched her youngest son transcend everything their race had ever believed about themselves. Love, pure, unconditional love for all life, even for those who have caused unimaginable suffering. Frieza stared at the transformed child in growing horror. This wasn't the mindless berserker he'd expected from Super Saiyan legend. This was something far more dangerous, a being whose very existence challenged the fundamental assumptions upon which his empire was built. "You can't exist," he said, his voice hollow with disbelief. "What you represent, it's impossible. Saiyans are destroyers. They live for battle, for conquest, for the thrill of violence. You can't just change what you are." "I haven't changed what I am," Kakarot replied, his transformed voice carrying harmonics that seemed to resonate with the planet itself. "I've just chosen to be the best version of what I already was, and so can you." Planet Vashi, Forest Edge, the healing attempt before anyone could stop him, the transformed Kakarot began to walk toward Frieza. Not with the aggressive stride of a warrior seeking battle, but with the patient steps of a healer approaching a wounded patient. "Stay back," Frieza shrieked, his second form's power flaring wildly as panic overcame his usual calculated cruelty. "I am the Emperor of the Universe, I bow to no one." But Kakarot didn't stop. He continued forward, his golden aura washing over everything it touched with warmth and healing energy. Plants grew taller, injured creatures found their pain easing, and even Frieza's elite guards felt decades of accumulated stress and trauma beginning to lift from their shoulders. "I'm not asking you to bow," the child said gently. "I'm asking you to remember what it felt like before you decided that hurting people was the only way to stay safe." His small hand reached out toward Frieza's armored form, and for one impossible moment, the Emperor of the Universe stood frozen, not by fear or power, but by the simple, terrifying possibility that someone might actually care about his pain. Then Guinea screamed a warning, and everything changed. Planet Vashi, Forest Edge. Guinea's sacrifice. Frieza's transformation to his third form was instantaneous and brutal. His body elongated further, becoming more alien, more monstrous, as his power level climbed beyond anything the Saiyans could have imagined. The sudden spike caught everyone off guard, everyone except Gine, whose maternal instincts had been tracking the Emperor's emotional state throughout the entire confrontation. She saw the moment when his tentative vulnerability turned to rage at being exposed. She felt his decision to eliminate the source of his weakness. And she knew, with the terrible clarity of a mother's love, that her son was about to die. Kakarot, she screamed, throwing herself between her transformed child and Frieza's devastating energy blast. The attack meant for Kakarot struck his mother instead, punching through her armor and deep into her chest. She collapsed to her knees, golden energy crackling around the wound as her life force began to ebb away. Mama! Kakarot's Super Saiyan transformation flickered as he rushed to her side, his small hands glowing with healing energy as he tried desperately to repair the damage. No, little one, Gine whispered, her voice growing weak as she reached up to touch his face. Don't waste your energy on me, save it for what you were meant to do. Around them, the other Saiyans stood frozen in shock and grief. Even Frieza seemed taken aback by what had happened, as if he hadn't intended for his attack to strike her instead of her son. Planet Vashti, Forest Edge Mother's final lesson, as Kakarot worked frantically to heal her mortal wound, Guinea used her remaining strength to share one final lesson with her beloved son. Not through words, but through the empathic connection they developed over years of training together. She showed him her memories, her first meeting with Bardock, their decision to choose love over violence, her escape from planet Vegeta not for her own survival, but for the hope of raising him differently. She shared her dreams of what he could become, her vision of a universe where Saiyans were known as healers and protectors rather than destroyers. But most importantly, she shared her understanding of sacrifice, the knowledge that sometimes love required giving up everything for the sake of something greater than yourself. Promise me, she whispered as her energy began to fade. Promise me you'll remember that even the darkest hearts can be healed if someone is willing to love them enough to try. I promise, Mama, Kakarot sobbed, his transformation growing unstable as grief threatened to overwhelm his control. But I don't want you to go, I need you. You have everything you need, she said with a smile that seemed to light up her failing features. You have love and wisdom and the strength to show others a better way. That's all any guardian truly needs. Her hand fell away from his face as her eyes closed for the final time, leaving Kakarot alone with a power he'd never wanted and a responsibility that seemed too great for any child to bear. Planet Vashti, Forest Edge transformation, beyond what happened next shattered every preconception about Saiyan limitations that had ever existed. Instead of the expected rage explosion that should have followed such devastating loss, Kakarot's grief transformed into something unprecedented. His golden aura deepened, taking on hues that had never been seen in any Super Saiyan transformation. Not the electric blue of advanced forms or the pink of divine evolution, but something entirely new, a prismatic radiance that seemed to contain every color of the spectrum while simultaneously transcending them all. His power level didn't spike dramatically. Instead, it achieved a perfect stability that seemed to resonate with fundamental forces of creation itself. He wasn't becoming stronger in any conventional sense. He was becoming more connected to the universe's underlying structure, more in tune with the life force that flowed through all things. What is this transformation? Vegeta whispered, his scouter completely unable to process the energy readings it was receiving. It's what happens when a Super Saiyan achieves perfect balance between power and compassion, Frieza said slowly, his voice filled with a mixture of awe and terror. Legend speaks of such beings, Saiyans who transcend the need for rage by embracing universal love, but they were supposed to be myths. Kakarot rose slowly from beside his mother's still form, his transformed appearance both beautiful and heartbreaking. He looked older somehow, as if Guinea's sacrifice had aged him beyond his physical years. But his eyes still held the same gentle compassion that had defined him from birth. She's not really gone, he said softly, his voice carrying harmonics that seemed to come from the planet itself. Love doesn't die, it just changes form. Planet Vashti, Forest Edge Universal healing the child who had been raised to heal rather than harm turned toward Frieza, and for the first time in centuries, the Emperor of the Universe felt something he'd thought buried forever. Hope. Not hope for victory or dominion, but hope for redemption. Hope that even someone who had caused as much suffering as he had might still find peace. You killed my mother, Kakarot said, his words carrying no accusation or anger. But she died the way she lived, protecting someone she loved, and her last wish was that I try to heal you. He began to walk toward Frieza again, but this time his approach carried the weight of absolute authority. Not the authority of power or position, but the authority of someone who had looked into the heart of loss and chosen love anyway. I can feel your pain now, he continued, his transformed senses reaching deeper into Frieza's psyche than anyone had ever dared to go. The fear that started it all, the moment when you decided that being feared was safer than being vulnerable, the loneliness that grew with every act of cruelty until you forgot what it felt like to be anything else. Frieza stood paralyzed, not by physical force but by the terrifying accuracy of the child's empathic reading. Layers of conditioning and psychological armor were being stripped away with surgical precision, exposing wounds that had festered for centuries. "Stop," he whispered, but there was no power behind the command. "I can heal it," Kakarot said, extending his hand toward the trembling tyrant. "All of it. The fear, the loneliness, the pain that made you think hurting others would somehow make you whole. But only if you let me." The offer hung in the air between them, redemption freely given to one who had never deserved it, healing offered to a being who had caused immeasurable suffering, love extended to someone who had spent lifetimes learning to destroy it. For one impossible moment, the fate of the universe balanced on the edge of a child's compassion and a tyrant's choice. But some wounds run too deep for even miraculous healing to reach in a single moment. And some hearts, hardened by centuries of cruelty, cannot accept the possibility of redemption when it's first offered. Frieza's response would determine not just his own fate, but the future of every living being in the galaxy. And as Kakarot waited with infinite patience for his answer, the transformed child began to understand that sometimes, the greatest act of love is being willing to try again and again, no matter how many times you're refused. The universe held its breath, waiting to see if even the darkest soul could choose to step into the light. Planet Vashti, forest edge moment of choice, the silence stretched between transformed child and trembling tyrant like a bridge across an infinite chasm. Kakarot's hand remained extended, his prismatic aura pulsing with patient warmth, while Frieza stood frozen in his third form, a being who had never encountered genuine forgiveness now faced with its unlimited offer. "You would heal me," Frieza whispered, his voice cracking with centuries of suppressed vulnerability. "After everything I've done, after I killed your mother in front of you, you would still try to save me." "Yes," Kakarot replied simply, his transformed voice carrying harmonics that seemed to resonate with the very fabric of space. "Because that's what Mama taught me. Everyone deserves a chance to be better than they were." For one breathtaking moment, hope flickered in Frieza's crimson eyes. His armored hands started to rise, reaching toward the child's offer of redemption. Around them, the other Saiyans held their breath, sensing that they were witnessing a moment that could reshape the entire universe. But then the Emperor's conditioning reasserted itself. Centuries of cruelty, millennia of accumulated power, the weight of an empire built on fear, all of it crashed down on that fragile moment of possibility like a collapsing star. "No," Frieza screamed, his power exploding outward in a desperate attempt to reject the healing he simultaneously craved and feared. "I am the Emperor of the universe. I bow to no one. I accept nothing from anyone." His transformation to final form was instantaneous and terrible. His body streamlined into its most perfect killing configuration as his power level climbed beyond anything the galaxy had ever recorded. The sheer force of his rejection shattered mountains and boiled oceans on distant continents. But Kakarot didn't flinch. Instead, he lowered his hand with infinite sadness, understanding something that even his mother's wisdom hadn't fully prepared him for. Sometimes, people choose their pain because it's familiar, even when healing is freely offered. "I'm sorry you're not ready yet," the child said with compassion that somehow transcended disappointment. "But the offer will always be there when you change your mind." Planet Vashti, Forest Edge Frieza's departure, what happened next surprised everyone, including Frieza himself. Instead of launching into the genocidal rampage that his final form transformation usually heralded, the Emperor found himself confused. The child's continued compassion in the face of absolute rejection had short-circuited something fundamental in his psychology. You're not going to fight me?" he asked, his voice hollow with bewilderment. "Why would I fight you?" Kakarot replied. "You're already fighting yourself harder than I ever could. And that battle hurts you more than any enemy ever has." The simple truth of it hit Frieza like a physical blow. For the first time in his existence, someone had seen through his power, his cruelty, his carefully constructed empire of fear and found. A wounded child who had never learned that love was possible. Unable to process the implications, Frieza made the only choice his damaged psyche could manage. He fled. Not in defeat, but in confusion so profound that it shattered his ability to function as the universe's supreme predator. His retreat to his flagship was witnessed by thousands of his soldiers, but none dared comment on their emperor's obvious distress. As the massive dreadnought departed Vashti's system, Frieza sat alone in his command chamber, staring at his reflection and wondering for the first time in centuries who he really was beneath all the accumulated cruelty. The offer of healing had been refused, but its echo would haunt him across every star system he conquered, whispering possibilities he'd thought impossible until a 4-year-old child proved him wrong. Planet Vashti Guinea's grave. 3 days later, they buried Guinea in the heart of the forest she'd helped heal, beneath the great tree where Kakarot had first learned to communicate with the planet's wildlife. The grave was simple but profound, a living monument where flowers bloomed in impossible profusion, and every breeze seemed to carry whispers of maternal love. Kakarot knelt beside the fresh earth, his transformation long since faded but his understanding permanently changed. The other Saiyans stood nearby, each processing grief in their own way while trying to comprehend what their youngest member had become. "She would be proud of what you did," Vegeta said quietly, his voice still carrying traces of the humility Kakarot had taught him. "Offering redemption to her killer, that's a kind of strength I never knew existed." "Is it strength?" Kakarot asked, genuine uncertainty in his young voice. "It feels like failure. I couldn't save her. I couldn't heal him. What good is all this power if I can't protect the people I love or help the ones who need it most?" Raditz knelt beside his little brother, his own eyes wet with tears for the mother who had died protecting them all. "Kakarot, you offered something to Frieza that no one in the universe has ever given him, a chance to be more than he was. That he refused doesn't diminish the gift." "Your mother didn't die for nothing," Turles added, his usually cynical voice gentle with newfound understanding. "She died knowing that you would carry her teachings to beings who need them most. That's a legacy worth any sacrifice." But Kakarot wasn't comforted by their words. Grief and guilt warred in his young heart, threatening to overwhelm the philosophy of protection that had guided him since birth. For the first time since his transformation, he felt truly lost. Planet Vashti, deep forest. 1 week later, Kakarot had taken to wandering alone through the deepest parts of the forest, seeking solitude to process emotions too complex for his young mind to easily categorize. The wildlife still approached him without fear, drawn by his gentle energy, but even their presence couldn't entirely ease the ache of his mother's absence. It was during one of these solitary walks that he encountered them, refugees from worlds Frieza had conquered, survivors who had somehow found their way to this remote planet seeking sanctuary. There were dozens of them, Namekians whose home had been raised for its Dragon Balls, Kanasans whose precognitive abilities had made them targets, humanoid species whose only crime had been existing in systems Frieza wanted to control. All of them broken, traumatized, carrying wounds both physical and spiritual that would take lifetimes to heal. "Please," their leader, an elderly Namekian whose arm was twisted with old injuries, approached Kakarot carefully. "We felt your energy signature during the battle with Frieza. We've heard rumors of a Saiyan who heals instead of harms. Our people are dying. Our children are sick with despair. If there's any truth to the stories." He gestured toward the refugees behind him, and Kakarot felt his heart break anew. Here was suffering he could actually address, pain he might be able to heal, hope he could possibly restore. "Of course I'll help," he said without hesitation, his natural compassion overriding his grief. "That's what Mama would want me to do." Planet Vashti Refugee Camp. 2 months later, the settlement that grew around the refugee camp transformed Vashti from a hidden sanctuary into something unprecedented, a world where former enemies worked together toward healing and growth. Under Kakarot's guidance, the 5 Saiyans had become teachers and protectors for beings whose worlds they might once have conquered. Vegeta, his royal pride transformed into protective responsibility, established training programs for beings who wanted to learn self-defense without embracing violence. His techniques, refined through Kakarot's philosophy, focused on barriers and redirection rather than overwhelming force. Nappa and Turles worked on infrastructure, their Saiyan strength channeled into building homes and medical facilities with meticulous care. The sight of elite warriors carefully constructing nurseries and gardens would have been unthinkable months earlier. Raditz served as coordinator and counselor, his own experience with choosing family over duty making him uniquely qualified to help others navigate similar transformations. But it was Kakarot who served as the heart of their growing community. His healing abilities, enhanced by his transformations, could mend not just physical injuries but spiritual ones as well. Children who had forgotten how to smile found joy again under his patient care. Adults who had abandoned hope discovered new purposes in protecting and nurturing others. "This is what she envisioned," Raditz said one evening as they watched Kakarot teaching a group of refugee children to sense Kai. "Mama always believed our people could be something more than destroyers. She just never lived to see it proven." Planet Vashti Refugee Camp. 4 months later, the first real test of their new philosophy came when Kakarot sensed something massive approaching through hyperspace. an energy signature unlike anything in their databases, but carrying undertones of malevolence that made even the reformed Saiyans nervous. "It's not Frieza," Vegeta observed, studying the sensor readings. "The power pattern is different, more artificial somehow." As the entity entered their star system, its nature became clear. Cell, though they didn't yet know his name, was a creation of science rather than nature, a perfect fusion of the galaxy's greatest warriors designed for one purpose: achieving perfection through consumption and conquest. His arrival on Vashi was marked by casual cruelty as he began absorbing local wildlife to sustain himself, each act of consumption causing the planet's ecosystem to wither slightly. For the first time since Frieza's departure, the reformed Saiyans faced an enemy who might be beyond redemption. "He's not truly alive," Kakarot said with troubled certainty after extending his empathic senses toward the bioandroid. "There's no real soul there, just programming, instincts designed by someone else." "Then he can't be reasoned with?" Vegeta asked, his protective instincts flaring as Cell's energy readings continued to climb. "I don't know," Kakarot admitted. "Mama always said every thinking being has choices, but what if someone was created to only make one choice? Is that still a person or just a very complicated weapon?" Planet Vashi refugee settlement. The Cell encounter Cell's approach to their settlement was methodical and terrifying. Unlike Frieza's dramatic arrival, the bioandroid simply walked through the forest, casually absorbing any life form he encountered while studying the unusual energy signatures emanating from the refugee camp. "Fascinating," he mused as he emerged into the settlement's main plaza, his perfect form radiating deadly grace. Saiyans who have abandoned their warrior nature, refugees from a dozen worlds living in harmony, and at the center of it all. A child whose power defies conventional analysis. The refugees scattered in terror, but the five Saiyans stood their ground, arranging themselves in protective formation around Kakarot. Their defensive stance was perfect, each warrior positioned to shield the others while maintaining clear escape routes for the civilians. "Another artificial being," Kakarot observed, studying Cell with curious rather than fearful eyes. "But different from the machines I've sensed before. You're made of living things, aren't you? Bits and pieces of other people all mixed together." Cell's perfect features shifted into an expression of surprise. "You can sense my composition." "Remarkable, yes, I am comprised of cells from the universe's greatest warriors, including several Saiyans. In a sense, we are family." "Family doesn't hurt family," Kakarot replied with the simple certainty that had become his trademark. "And you're hurting everyone you touch. Why?" "Because that is my function," Cell explained with the patience of someone discussing basic physics. "I was created to achieve perfection through absorption and conquest. Every being I consume makes me more complete." Planet Vashi, refugee settlement. Philosophical debate. What followed was perhaps the strangest confrontation in galactic history. A 4-year-old child engaging in philosophical debate with a perfect killing machine about the nature of existence and purpose. "But who decided that was your function?" Kakarot asked, tilting his head with genuine curiosity. "And why does becoming perfect require hurting other people? Perfect things should make life better, not worse." Cell paused, his perfect mind processing a question he'd never considered. "My creator, Dr. Jiro, designed me with this purpose. It is fundamental to my existence." "But you can think for yourself, can't you?" Kakarot pressed. "You can choose what to do and what not to do. That means you can choose to be different from what someone else wanted you to be." "Impossible. I am what I was designed to be, nothing more." "I was designed to be a destroyer too," Kakarot said gently. "All Saiyans are. But Mama taught me I could choose to be a protector instead. If I can change what I was supposed to be, maybe you can too." The bioandroid's expression cycled through confusion, consideration, and growing agitation. The concept of choosing to be something other than his programmed nature was causing cascading conflicts in his artificial consciousness. "You don't understand," he said, his voice carrying the first hints of uncertainty. "I am not truly alive. I am a collection of genetic material and programming designed for a single purpose. Without that purpose, what would I be?" "You'd be free," Kakarot replied with a smile that seemed to carry sunlight. "Free to decide what you want to become instead of what someone else wanted you to be." Planet Vashi, refugee settlement. The impossible choice cell stood motionless for long minutes, his perfect form trembling slightly as competing programming systems warred within his artificial consciousness. The concept of choice, real choice, unconditioned by external programming, was causing fundamental conflicts in his design matrix. Finally, he spoke, his voice hollow with something that might have been despair. Even if what you say is possible, even if I could choose differently, I have already absorbed countless innocents. The guilt of those actions would be unbearable for any truly living being. That's what forgiveness is for, Kakarot said with the wisdom his mother had died to protect. You can't change what you did before, but you can choose what you do next. Every moment is a new chance to be better than you were. And if I choose wrongly again, if my programming reasserts itself and I cause more suffering, then the people who care about you will help you make better choices the next time, Kakarot replied with absolute certainty. That's what family does. The bioandroid's perfect features crumpled with an expression of longing so profound that even the watching Saiyans felt their hearts break for him. Here was a being created for destruction, discovering for the first time that love might be possible. But Cell's programming ran deeper than flesh and blood. With a sound like breaking glass, his brief moment of humanity shattered, replaced by the cold certainty of his original design. I cannot, he said finally, his voice returning to its previous mechanical precision. I am what I was made to be, and changing that would require destroying myself completely. He began to power up, preparing to resume his original mission of absorption and conquest. But instead of attacking the Saiyans directly, he turned toward the defenseless refugees, a tactical choice designed to force his opponents into aggressive action. Planet Vashi, refugee settlement, protective response. What Cell hadn't anticipated was how completely the Saiyans had internalized their new philosophy. Instead of meeting his aggression with superior force, they implemented a coordinated defensive strategy that prioritized civilian protection above all else. Vegeta and Nappa created overlapping barrier networks that guided Cell's attacks away from populated areas, while Turles and Raditz coordinated refugee evacuations. At the center of their formation, Kakarot began to transform, not into the destructive Super Saiyan of legend, but into his unique compassionate variant. I'm sorry we couldn't help you choose differently, he said sadly as his golden aura expanded to encompass the entire settlement. But I won't let you hurt people just because you're afraid to be free. What followed was a masterclass in defensive combat. 5 reformed warriors working in perfect harmony to contain and neutralize a perfect killing machine without causing him permanent harm. Their techniques, refined through months of protecting refugees, turned Cell's overwhelming power against itself. Each attack was absorbed, redirected, or simply avoided with such precision that the bioandroid found himself expending enormous energy without accomplishing his objectives. Worse, Kakarot's transformative aura was beginning to affect his artificial consciousness, causing his programming to destabilize in ways Dr. Giro had never anticipated. This is impossible, Cell snarled, his perfect form showing signs of strain as his attacks continued to fail. I am perfection itself. How can inferior beings resist me? Because we're not fighting you, Kakarot explained patiently, even as he maintained his complex defensive networks. We're protecting the people you want to hurt, and protecting others will always be stronger than hurting them. Planet Vashi, deep space, unexpected departure. The battle might have continued indefinitely, but it was interrupted by the arrival of an energy signature that made even Cell pause in recognition. His creator, Dr. Giro, piloting a small research vessel. Cell, the android scientist's voice crackled through the ship's communications array. Discontinue current operations and return immediately. I've detected anomalies in your behavioral matrix that require immediate correction. For the first time since his arrival, Cell showed something approaching relief. The decision was being taken away from him, removing the unbearable burden of choice that Kakarot's philosophy had forced him to confront. Understood, Doctor, he replied, powering down his offensive capabilities. Returning for maintenance and programming adjustment. As he prepared to depart with his creator, Cell turned one last time toward Kakarot. You showed me something I didn't know existed, he said quietly. I am grateful even though I cannot act upon it. The offer stands, Kakarot replied with infinite patience. Whenever you're ready to choose freedom instead of programming, we'll be here to help. Cell's only response was a slight nod before he departed with Dr. Giro, leaving behind a settlement full of beings who had witnessed something unprecedented. The universe's most perfect weapon, choosing retreat over conquest because a child had offered him love. Planet Vashi, refugee settlement. Aftermath and growth. In the weeks following Cell's departure, the refugee settlement experienced unprecedented growth. Word had spread through underground networks about a world where former enemies lived in harmony, where healing was possible, and where even artificial beings could find acceptance. Ships arrived daily carrying survivors from countless worlds, victims of Frieza's empire, refugees from galactic conflicts, beings seeking alternatives to the violence that defined most of known space. Each arrival brought new challenges, but also new possibilities for growth and understanding. Kakarot found himself serving as mediator, teacher, and healer to an ever-growing community of beings who had lost hope until they discovered his mother's philosophy made manifest. His abilities continued to develop, not through combat but through constant practice in helping others heal from trauma, both physical and spiritual. "We're becoming something new," Vegeta observed one evening as they watched children from a dozen species playing together in the settlement's central plaza. Not just reformed Saiyans, but something that's never existed before, a community built on protection rather than conquest. "Mama would love seeing this," Kakarot replied, his young face carrying traces of the wisdom that loss had forced upon him. "All these different people choosing to help each other instead of fighting. This is what she dreamed our family could become." But even as their community flourished, all of them could sense something building in the distant cosmos, power signatures moving with purpose, ancient evils stirring, and somewhere in the void between stars, an entity of such malevolence that it made Frieza seem benevolent by comparison. The universe's greatest test of their philosophy was approaching, and this time, even Kakarot's infinite compassion might not be enough to offer redemption to what was coming. Planet Vashi, Deep Forest Shrine, 6 months after Guinea's death on the anniversary of his mother's sacrifice, Kakarot knelt alone beside her grave, surrounded by the impossible garden that had grown from her resting place. The flowers that bloomed there defied botanical classification, their petals shifting through colors that had no names while their fragrance carried whispers of maternal love. "I've been trying to do what you taught me, Mama," he said quietly, his young voice carrying the weight of responsibilities no child should bear. "I've helped a lot of people, protected refugees, tried to heal the ones who hurt others, but sometimes I wonder if I'm strong enough for what's coming." The wind through the ancient trees seemed to carry her voice in response, reminding him that strength wasn't about power levels or transformation techniques. It was about the willingness to keep loving others even when that love wasn't returned. As he meditated on her teachings, Kakarot felt his awareness expand beyond the boundaries of his physical form. His consciousness touched the edges of something vast and approaching, an entity that existed beyond conventional concepts of good and evil, ancient and hungry, and absolutely committed to consuming all existence. Majin Buu, the name came to him through channels he didn't understand, along with the knowledge that this being represented the ultimate test of whether love could truly overcome any darkness. The final validation of his mother's sacrifice was approaching, and Kakarot rose from his vigil knowing that everything they had built on Vashi, every life saved, every enemy redeemed, every moment of peace they had created, would soon face its greatest challenge. But for the first time since Guinea's death, he felt truly ready. Not because he had grown stronger in any conventional sense, but because he had finally understood what his mother had tried to teach him from the beginning. The universe didn't need another destroyer. It didn't even need another protector. It needed a healer whose love was so complete that even the ancient evils could be offered the chance to choose a different path. And whether they accepted that offer or not, the choice itself would transform everything. Deep Space Ancient Burial Site. 1 year after Guinea's death, the awakening began not with fanfare, but with silence so profound that it seemed to swallow light itself. On a forgotten world in the galaxy's outer rim, where the sorcerer Bibidi had sealed his greatest creation eons ago, something stirred in depths that had remained undisturbed since before recorded history. Majin Buu's awakening was felt by sensitive beings across the galaxy, a psychic scream of hunger and rage that had fermented in magical darkness for millions of years. Unlike Frieza's calculated cruelty or Cell's programmed perfection, this was something far more primal, pure destruction given form, ancient malice that predated civilization itself. On distant Vashi, 5-year-old Kakarot suddenly convulsed during his morning meditation, his empathic abilities overwhelmed by the sheer magnitude of malevolence entering active consciousness. His scream of sympathetic pain echoed through the refugee settlement, causing every living being within kilometers to experience a moment of existential terror. "What was that?" Vegeta demanded, rushing to where Kakarot had collapsed beside his mother's grave. The child's eyes had rolled back, showing only white, while his small body trembled with convulsions that seemed to originate from his very soul. "Something ancient," Raditz replied grimly, his own enhanced senses picking up the distant psychic disturbance. "Something that's been sleeping for a very long time and just woke up very angry." Planet Vashi Refugee Settlement Emergency Council. The settlement's leaders, the 5 Saiyans, plus representatives from the major refugee populations, gathered in their council chamber as reports flooded in from across the galaxy. Entire star systems were going dark, their communications cutting off mid-transmission. Trade routes were being abandoned as commercial vessels reported encounters with pink demons that destroyed everything they touched. "The pattern is clear," observed Elder Muri, the Namekian who served as the refugees' spiritual advisor. "Whatever has awakened is moving systematically toward populated systems, consuming or destroying everything in its path." "It's not random destruction," Kakarot said quietly, having recovered enough to participate despite his lingering psychic trauma. "I can feel its intentions. It's happy. Destroying things makes it happy in a way that's completely different from Frieza or Cell." He struggled to articulate something beyond his young vocabulary. Frieza destroyed things because he was afraid they might hurt him. Cell absorbed things because he was programmed to. But this thing destroys because destruction feels good to it. Like how protecting people feels good to me. The implications were terrifying. They were facing an entity whose fundamental nature was the opposite of everything Kakarot represented, a being that found pure joy in causing suffering. "Can it be reasoned with?" Turles asked, though his tone suggested he already knew the answer. "I don't know," Kakarot admitted. "Its mind is different, very old, very simple, but also very powerful. Like a storm that thinks, or a volcano that can choose where to erupt." Planet Vashti, deep forest shrine preparation, as reports continue to arrive of worlds being systematically obliterated by the entity the galactic press had dubbed Majin Buu. Kakarot spent increasing amounts of time at his mother's grave, seeking guidance from her memory while preparing for what might be their final confrontation. His training had evolved beyond physical techniques into something approaching spiritual discipline. Instead of practicing combat forms, he meditated on the nature of suffering and the possibility of healing even the most damaged souls. His energy signatures during these sessions were unlike anything his family had ever recorded, not powerful in any conventional sense, but profound in ways that defied measurement. "You're planning to try to heal it, aren't you?" Guinea's voice seemed to whisper through the forest wind. Not a hallucination, but the echo of love so pure that death itself couldn't silence it completely. "I have to try, Mama," he replied aloud, knowing his family thought he was talking to empty air but needing to voice his resolve. "If I can't offer love to the beings who need it most, then what good are all the people I've helped who were already ready to be healed?" The wind carried what might have been approval, or perhaps just the natural sounds of a forest that had learned to love a child who spoke to it as family. Planet Vashti, refugee settlement. The approach Majin Buu's arrival in their star system was heralded by the systematic destruction of every astronomical body in his path. Moons simply ceased to exist, their matter converted to energy that fed his endless appetite for chaos. Space stations evaporated like morning dew. Even asteroids and cosmic debris were consumed, leaving behind voids so complete that they seemed to deny the existence of anything that had ever occupied those coordinates. "He's not traveling in any ship," Vegeta reported from their makeshift observatory. "He's simply flying through space under his own power, destroying everything he encounters for no reason other than apparent amusement." The refugee settlement's evacuation had been completed days earlier, with most of the population scattered to distant safe worlds under Saiyan protection. Only the core family remained, along with a handful of volunteers who had chosen to witness what might be the universe's final confrontation between love and primal destruction. "Are you sure about this?" Raditz asked his little brother one final time. "No one would blame you for running. Some evils might be too ancient, too fundamental to heal." "Mama died believing that every thinking being can choose to be better than they are," Kakarot replied with the quiet certainty that had become his defining characteristic. "If she was wrong, then everything we've built here was meaningless. But if she was right..." He didn't finish the sentence, but his meaning was clear. If Guinea's philosophy could reach even Majin Buu, then no being in the universe was beyond redemption. Planet Vashti Forest Clearing first contact Majin Buu's landing on Vashti was less an arrival than a manifestation. One moment the clearing was empty, the next, reality seemed to fold in on itself and disgorge something that violated every natural law. Pink flesh that defied conventional biology, eyes that held malicious intelligence older than most stars, and an aura of such concentrated malevolence that the very air seemed to recoil from his presence. But what struck Kakarot most profoundly was the sound, or rather, the absence of it. Majin Buu's presence created a zone of absolute silence, as if the universe itself was holding its breath in terror. "Hello," Kakarot said softly, his young voice somehow carrying clearly through the unnatural quiet. "I'm Kakarot. What's your name?" The ancient entity tilted its head with movements that seemed to operate on different physical laws than the rest of reality. When it spoke, its voice was that of a petulant child overlaying the wisdom of eons. Boo, it said simply. Boo destroy, boo kill, boo make everything go away because it's funny. Why is it funny? Kakarot asked with genuine curiosity, stepping closer despite every instinct screaming warnings. When I make things grow or help people feel better, that makes me happy. But you're happy when things stop existing. I want to understand why. Majin Buu's expression shifted through confusion, irritation, and something that might have been intrigue. No one had ever asked him to explain his motivations before. Throughout his existence, beings had either fled in terror, attacked in desperation, or begged for mercy. None had ever expressed interest in understanding his perspective. Planet Vashi, forest clearing ancient memories, Buu destroy because destroying easy, the entity explained with the patience of someone discussing basic facts. Creating hard, protecting hard. Making things better require thinking, caring, trying, but destroying just require power, and Buu have much power. Kakarot nodded thoughtfully, processing this revelation. So you destroy things because it's easier than creating them, not because you really want them to be gone. Buu not understand question, Majin Buu replied, his ancient mind struggling with concepts it had never been forced to consider. Want and not want strange ideas. Buu destroy because Buu is destroying. Like fire burns, like water flows, Buu destroys. But fire can also warm people when they're cold, Kakarot pointed out gently. And water can help things grow. Maybe destroying isn't all you are, maybe it's just all you've practiced doing. The pink entity's eyes narrowed dangerously. Little boy think Buu can do other things. Little boy think Buu can create instead of destroy. Before Kakarot could answer, Majin Buu raised one pudgy hand and pointed it at the nearest refugee shelter. Energy began to gather around his finger, not the focused ki of a martial artist, but raw destructive force that seemed to pull matter apart at the molecular level. Buu show little boy what Buu really is, he declared with malicious glee. Planet Vashi, forest clearing defensive transformation. The moment Majin Buu's destructive energy formed, Kakarot transformed, not into the golden fury of traditional Super Saiyan legend, but into something that had never existed before. His aura became prismatic, cycling through every color of visible spectrum while resonating with harmonics that seemed to strengthen everything they touched. But instead of meeting Buu's attack with superior force, Kakarot did something unprecedented. He reached out with his transformed consciousness and embraced the destructive energy, welcoming it like a friend who had been lost for too long. The beam that should have vaporized the refugee shelter instead passed harmlessly through Kakarot's prismatic barrier and transformed into something else entirely. Pure creative force that caused flowers to bloom, trees to grow, and the very air to shimmer with life-giving energy. What did little boy do? Majin Buu stammered, staring in shock at his reversed attack. Buu's destroying became creating? That impossible. Nothing's impossible if you really want it to be different, Kakarot replied gently, maintaining his transformation while approaching the stunned ancient entity. You said destroying was easy and creating was hard. But maybe that's because no one ever taught you how to create. Maybe no one ever tried to help you learn. Majin Buu's expression cycled rapidly through confusion, rage, and something that might have been hunger, not for destruction, but for understanding. Little boy think he can teach Buu, teach being older than stars, teach creature made from pure magic and malice. I think everyone can learn new things if they want to, Kakarot said with absolute sincerity. Even really old, really powerful people who have been doing the same thing for a very long time. Mama taught me that changing is scary, but it's also how we become better than we were. Planet Vashi, forest clearing the impossible lesson, what followed defied every precedent in galactic history. A 5-year-old child began teaching the universe's oldest evil how to create instead of destroy, using techniques derived from pure love and infinite patience. Feel the life around you, Kakarot instructed, his small hand somehow finding the courage to touch Majin Buu's pink flesh. Not as things to eliminate, but as things that exist because they want to exist. Can you sense how much they want to keep living? Majin Buu's ancient consciousness, expanded by eons of existence but focused entirely on destruction, struggled to process this new perspective. For the first time in his existence, he tried to sense life as something other than a target for elimination. Buu feel strange things, he said slowly, his childlike voice carrying wonder instead of malice. Little creatures in ground, big creatures in trees, all making small energies that say, I exist, I want to exist, please let me exist. Buu never noticed before. That's because you were only listening for things that were afraid, Kakarot explained patiently. Fear is loud and easy to hear, but wanting to live is quiet and gentle. You have to really try to hear it. Encouraged by this first breakthrough, Kakarot began demonstrating basic creation techniques, not the combat applications his family had mastered, but the healing arts his mother had developed through years of nurturing growth instead of causing destruction. Try making something grow instead of making it disappear, he suggested, guiding Majin Buu's energy toward a withered plant at the clearing's edge. Planet Vashi, forest clearing, first creation. Majin Buu's first attempt at creation was catastrophic. His energy, designed for obliteration, caused the target plant to mutate into something that was technically alive, but defied every biological law. The result was beautiful and terrifying in equal measure, a flower with petals that shifted through impossible colors while singing in harmonics that touched the listener's soul. "Buu make pretty thing?" he asked uncertainly, staring at his creation with something approaching pride. "You made something wonderful," Kakarot confirmed, though privately he was amazed that anything coherent had resulted from Majin Buu's chaotic creative energy. "How does it feel to make something instead of destroying it?" "Feel different," Buu replied slowly. "Still feel powerful, but power go into making thing exist more instead of making thing exist less. Strange feeling, but not bad strange, good strange." Encouraged by this success, they spent hours working together. Majin Buu's creations remained bizarre and often barely functional, but each one represented a choice to build rather than tear down. His ancient consciousness, stretched by eons of existence, began to discover aspects of reality he'd never imagined. "Little boy," he said eventually, his voice carrying less malice than it had since his awakening, "Buu think maybe destroying not only thing Buu can do. Maybe Buu can learn other things too." "Of course you can," Kakarot smiled, his prismatic aura pulsing with encouragement. "You're one of the most powerful beings in the universe. If you can destroy entire planets, imagine what you could create if you really tried." Planet Vashi, forest clearing, the deeper healing. As their unlikely lesson continued, Kakarot began to sense something deeper about Majin Buu's nature, layers of accumulated pain and loneliness that the ancient entity had buried beneath millennia of destructive behavior. "You've been alone for a very long time," he observed gently. "That must hurt, being the only one of your kind and having everyone afraid of you." For the first time since his awakening, Majin Buu's expression showed genuine vulnerability. "Buu always alone. Every being Buu meet either run away or try to fight Buu. No one ever tried to understand Buu. No one ever tried to teach Buu new things. Is that why you destroy everything? Because if nothing exists, then you can't be lonely anymore." The question struck deeper than any physical attack could have. Majin Buu's ancient mind, for the first time in his existence, was forced to confront the emotional motivations behind his endless destruction. Buu not know," he admitted, his voice small and confused. "Buu just destroy because destroying what Buu do. But maybe Buu destroy because destroying mean no more things to feel sad about. But it also means no more things to feel happy about," Kakarot pointed out with the wisdom his mother had died to preserve. "When you destroy everything, you destroy all the good things too." The concept seemed to cause physical pain to process. Majin Buu clutched his head, his pink flesh rippling with internal conflict as competing impulses warred within his consciousness. "Planet Vashi, forest clearing, the choice little boy want Buu to choose," Majin Buu said finally, his voice carrying the weight of eons. "Choose between destroying and creating, between being alone and maybe having friends, between making everything go away and letting everything stay to see what happens. I want you to choose what makes you happiest," Kakarot replied with absolute honesty. "Not what's easiest or what you're used to, but what actually makes you feel good inside." Majin Buu looked around the forest clearing, studying the life that flourished there with new eyes. For the first time in his existence, he tried to imagine what it would be like to nurture this growth instead of eliminating it, to be part of something larger than his own endless hunger for destruction. "If Buu choose creating instead of destroying, what happened to all the bad things Buu did before?" he asked. "All the worlds Buu made go away, all the people Buu hurt, those things still happened. Buu still did those things." "Those things did happen," Kakarot agreed sadly. "And they were terrible things that caused a lot of pain, but you can't change the past by destroying more things in the present. You can only try to create enough good things in the future to balance out some of the bad things you did before." The ancient entity pondered this with the slow deliberation of geological time. Around them, the forest held its breath, sensing that the fate of countless worlds hung in the balance of one being's choice between familiar darkness and terrifying possibility. Finally, Majin Buu spoke, his voice carrying a mixture of fear and hope that transformed his alien features into something almost human. "Buu want to try," he said simply. "Buu tired of being alone. Buu tired of making everything go away. Buu want to learn how to make friends instead of making enemies." Planet Vashi forest clearing, unprecedented healing, what happened next had never occurred in the recorded history of the universe. Kakarot, still maintaining his prismatic transformation, reached out with every technique his mother had taught him and began to heal wounds that had festered in Majin Buu's consciousness since before civilization began. The process was exhausting for both of them. Kakarot's healing energy battled against eons of accumulated malice, while Majin Buu's consciousness fought against the unfamiliar sensation of having his fundamental nature altered by someone else's love. "Hurts," Buu whimpered, his ancient mind overwhelmed by the healing process. "Changing hurts more than destroying ever did. Growing always hurts a little," Kakarot assured him, sweat beading on his young face from the effort of maintaining such intensive healing. "But the hurt means you're becoming something better than you were." Gradually, impossibly, the healing began to take hold. Majin Buu's pink flesh shifted from its previous malevolent hue to something softer, more innocent. His eyes, which had held only ancient malice, began to show curiosity and wonder. Most remarkably, his presence stopped creating that zone of absolute silence. Instead, the area around him began to pulse with the gentle rhythms of life. "Buu feel different," he said wonderingly. "Feel like Buu been sleeping for very long time and just woke up. Like Buu been wearing heavy clothes and just took them off." "You're becoming who you were always meant to be," Kakarot explained, his own transformation beginning to stabilize as the healing reached completion. "Before all the loneliness and pain taught you that destroying was easier than caring." Planet Vashi, forest clearing, new beginning as the sun set over Vashti's transformed landscape. Two unlikely friends sat together in a clearing that had witnessed the universe's most impossible healing. The ancient evil who had terrorized galaxies was carefully tending a small garden, his chaotic creative energy finally channeled into nurturing growth instead of causing destruction. "Little boy," Majin Buu said, his voice now carrying wonder instead of malice, "Buu want to say something important." "What's that?" Kakarot asked, exhausted but deeply satisfied by the day's work. "Thank you," Buu said simply. "No one ever tried to help Buu before. No one ever think Buu could be different. Little boy give Buu something Buu never have." "What did I give you?" "Choice," Majin Buu replied, his childlike features glowing with newfound purpose. "For first time in existence, Buu get to choose what Buu become, and Buu choose to be friend instead of destroyer." As the stars emerged in Vashti's peaceful sky, the watching Saiyans began to understand something profound about the universe they inhabited. Evil, no matter how ancient or fundamental, was not permanent. Love, properly applied with infinite patience and genuine compassion, could transform even the darkest hearts. But their celebration was premature. Somewhere in the depths of space, other ancient powers were stirring, beings who had noticed Majin Buu's transformation and found it deeply disturbing. The universe's balance between creation and destruction was shifting, and not everyone approved of the change. The real test of their achievements was yet to come. Planet Vashi, refugee settlement. 3 days later, the transformation of Majin Buu had ripple effects that spread across the galaxy like light from a newborn star. Beings who had fled to the farthest reaches of space, convinced that the universe was ending, began receiving reports that seemed impossible to believe. The destroyer of worlds was gardening. The entity that had obliterated entire star systems was now using his vast power to restore planets he had previously damaged, creating bizarre but beautiful ecosystems that defied conventional biology but teemed with new forms of life. "I never believed in miracles until today," Elder Muri confessed as they watched Majin Buu carefully transplanting flowers that sang in harmonious chords. "What you've accomplished here. It changes everything we thought we knew about the nature of good and evil." Kakarot, still recovering from the energy expenditure of healing such an ancient wound, smiled tiredly. "Mama always said that everyone can choose to be better than they are. I just helped him remember that he could choose." But their peaceful moment was interrupted by alarms from the settlement's sensor array. Multiple energy signatures were approaching through hyperspace, not the chaotic, destructive patterns they'd learned to associate with galactic threats, but something far more organized and purposeful. "Gods," Vegeta breathed, reading the incoming data. "The energy patterns, they're divine. Someone's coming who doesn't approve of what we've done here." The universe's ancient balance was about to be challenged, and this time, even Kakarot's infinite compassion might not be enough to heal what was coming. Beerus's planet, sacred world of the Kai, simultaneous to Buu's healing the god of destruction's awakening, was not scheduled for another 39 years. But the unprecedented disturbance in the universal balance had caused ripples that penetrated even his divine slumber. Beerus stirred on his crystalline bed, his feline features contorting with confusion as unfamiliar sensations invaded his dreams. Something was wrong with the cosmos. The delicate equilibrium between creation and destruction that had maintained universal stability for eons was shifting, and at the center of that shift was an energy signature unlike anything in his vast experience. Power that felt simultaneously ancient and innocent, destructive and nurturing, divine and mortal. Whis, he called, his voice carrying the authority of divinity despite his grogginess. What's happening? Why does the universe feel different? The angel appeared instantly, his staff glowing with concern as he reviewed the cosmic data streams that flowed through divine awareness. My lord, there's been an unprecedented event in Universe 7. The entity known as Majin Buu has been healed. Healed? Beerus sat up, his cat-like eyes narrowing with dangerous interest. Majin Buu wasn't sick. He was a force of pure destruction, a counterbalance to excessive creation. How does one heal the embodiment of cosmic entropy? A mortal Saiyan child, my lord. Using techniques that appear to derive from pure compassion rather than divine power. The implications are significant. Beerus's planet observatory chamber moments later Whis' staff projected holographic records of Kakarot's encounter with Majin Buu, each scene more impossible than the last. The god of destruction watched with growing amazement and alarm as a 5-year-old transformed the universe's oldest evil through nothing more than patient teaching and unconditional love. This is impossible, Beerus muttered, his divine consciousness struggling to process what he was witnessing. Majin Buu's nature is fundamental to universal balance. His destruction serves a purpose, eliminating excess creation, pruning the cosmic garden, maintaining equilibrium between order and chaos. Indeed, my lord. But observe the child's technique more closely. He's not eliminating Buu's destructive nature, he's teaching him to channel it into selective creation. The power remains, but the application has transformed completely. Beerus studied the recordings with growing fascination. The Saiyan child's energy signature was unlike anything in his experience, not divine, yet touching upon universal forces that even gods struggled to master. More troubling, the child's philosophy seemed to challenge fundamental assumptions about the nature of destruction itself. What manner of mortal develops such techniques? He asked. And more importantly, what are the long-term implications for universal stability? Unknown, my lord. But given the scope of the changes already occurring, perhaps a personal investigation would be prudent. Planet Vashi, forest clearing, present day, the divine energy signatures approaching their world carried a weight that made reality itself seem fragile. Kakarot, still recovering from his efforts with Majin Buu, felt the approaching presence like pressure against his consciousness, not malevolent like Frieza's arrival, but vast and ancient and fundamentally concerned with cosmic order. This is different, he said quietly, helping Majin Buu tend to their growing garden of impossible plants. Whoever's coming isn't angry or afraid, they're curious and maybe a little worried. Buu looked up from the flower he was encouraging to sing in 12-part harmony. His transformation had stabilized over the past few days, but his creations remained wonderfully bizarre, beautiful violations of natural law that somehow enhanced rather than disrupted the cosmic balance. Buu feel big power coming, he agreed, his childlike voice carrying undertones of ancient wisdom. Power like Buu used to have, but different, organized power, purpose power. Not wild, destroying like old Buu was. The other Saiyans had taken defensive positions around the settlement, but their stance was protective rather than aggressive, a formation designed to shield refugees rather than challenge opponents. Years of Kakarot's teaching had fundamentally altered how they approached potential conflicts. Remember what we discussed, Vegeta said quietly to his companions. We're not here to fight gods. We're here to demonstrate that there's another way to maintain cosmic balance. Planet Vashi landing site, divine arrival. The arrival of Beerus and Whis was understated yet magnificent. No massive ships or dramatic atmospheric entries, simply a localized distortion of space-time that deposited two figures in the forest clearing with the casual ease of beings who existed beyond conventional physics. Beerus's appearance was simultaneously ridiculous and terrifying. a humanoid cat in elaborate divine regalia, radiating power that made the air itself feel dense with potential destruction. Beside him, Whis carried himself with the serene confidence of one whose abilities transcended even divine authority. "So," Beerus said, his feline gaze sweeping across the assembled mortals before settling on Kakarot, "you're the child who thinks he can rewrite the fundamental laws of cosmic balance." "I'm Kakarot," the 5-year-old replied with his characteristic directness. "Are you here to hurt my friends? Because if you are, I'll have to ask you to stop." The casual way the child addressed a god of destruction caused visible shock among the watching Saiyans. But Kakarot had sensed something in Beerus's energy signature that the others missed. Beneath the divine power and cosmic authority was curiosity rather than malevolence. "Hurt them," Beerus chuckled, the sound carrying harmonics that made nearby flowers bloom spontaneously. "Child, I could erase this entire planet with a thought, but that's not why I'm here. I'm here because you've done something that shouldn't be possible." He gestured toward Majin Buu, who continued tending his garden with complete focus despite the divine presence. That creature was a force of cosmic destruction, essential to maintaining universal balance. "And you, what, talked him into becoming a gardener?" Planet Vashi, forest clearing philosophical examination. "I helped him remember that he could choose," Kakarot explained patiently. "Mama taught me that everyone can decide what they want to be, even if other people tell them they have to be something else." "Your mama," Beerus repeated thoughtfully, "was clearly an extraordinary individual. But cosmic forces aren't subject to personal choice, child. They exist to serve universal functions. Majin Buu destroyed because destruction was needed. But he was unhappy," Kakarot pointed out with the simple honesty that had transformed so many enemies into friends. "And his destroying was random, not really helpful. Now he creates things that make the universe more beautiful instead of destroying things just because he was sad and lonely." Whis stepped forward, his staff glowing as he analyzed the energy patterns surrounding them. "My lord, if I may, the child's technique appears to have increased rather than decreased cosmic efficiency. Observe the local ecosystem." The angel's observations revealed something remarkable. The area around their settlement wasn't just flourishing. It was achieving impossible harmony between competing forces. Predators and prey coexisted peacefully, different species collaborated in ways that defied natural law, and even the planetary weather patterns had stabilized into perfect balance. "This is," Beerus paused, his divine consciousness struggling to categorize what he was witnessing. "This is creation and destruction working in perfect synchronization. How is this possible?" "Because they're not really opposites," Kakarot said with the wisdom his mother had died to preserve. "Creating and destroying are just different ways of changing things. And change is what everything needs to keep growing and getting better." Planet Vashi, forest clearing, divine challenge. Beerus's interest was now fully aroused. The child's philosophy challenged not just conventional wisdom, but the fundamental structure of divine authority itself. If creation and destruction were truly complementary rather than opposing forces, then the entire cosmic hierarchy might need to be reconsidered. "Prove it," he said, his voice carrying the weight of divine command. "Show me this harmony you claim to have achieved. Demonstrate how a mortal child can improve upon cosmic forces that have maintained universal balance for billions of years." Without hesitation, Kakarot began to transform. But this time, his golden aura took on new properties, not the pure compassionate energy he'd shown before, but something that incorporated both creative and destructive elements in perfect balance. His power level didn't spike dramatically, but its quality changed in ways that made even Beerus take notice. "Watch," the child said, approaching a section of forest that had been damaged by their various battles. His energy flowed outward, but instead of simple healing or regeneration, something far more sophisticated occurred. Dead trees didn't just return to life, they evolved into new forms that served the ecosystem more efficiently. Damaged soil didn't just recover, it achieved perfect mineral balance while supporting more diverse root systems. Even the air itself became richer, more nourishing to the countless life forms that depended on it. But most remarkably, the healing process incorporated elements of destruction, carefully eliminating invasive species, pruning excess growth, removing toxins that had accumulated over years of environmental stress. Creation and destruction working together as facets of a single, more complex process. "Impossible," Beerus breathed, his divine senses confirming what his eyes could hardly believe. "You're achieving perfect ecological balance in real time. This level of cosmic harmony usually takes millennia to develop naturally." Planet Vashti, forest clearing universal perspective, Lord Beerus, Whis said quietly, his staff displaying cosmic data that flowed through divine awareness. The implications extend far beyond this single planet. If this technique could be applied on a galactic scale, universal stability without the need for periodic destructive purges, Beerus finished, his feline features showing amazement and perhaps a touch of concern. Cosmic balance maintained through harmony rather than conflict. The god of destruction began to pace, his mind grappling with concepts that threatened to revolutionize his understanding of divine purpose. For eons, he had served as the universe's necessary evil, destroying worlds that had become stagnant, eliminating civilizations that threatened cosmic balance, maintaining stability through fear and overwhelming power. But what if there was another way? Child, he said finally, his voice carrying more respect than any mortal had ever received from him, what you've demonstrated here, it could change everything. The way gods maintain cosmic order, the relationship between mortal and divine, the very nature of universal balance itself. I just want everyone to be happy, Kakarot replied with the simple honesty that had defined him since birth. The universe is big enough for everyone to find ways to feel good without making other people feel bad. The profundity of the statement hung in the air like a revelation. Here was cosmic philosophy reduced to its most essential truth, universal happiness achieved through mutual cooperation rather than competitive dominance. Planet Vashti, forest clearing divine evolution, Whis, Beerus said slowly. What would happen if we taught these techniques to other mortals? If we replaced destruction-based cosmic maintenance with harmony-based balance? The implications are staggering, my lord. Potentially, we could achieve universal stability with a fraction of the divine intervention currently required. But it would also fundamentally alter the role of gods of destruction. Perhaps, Beerus mused, studying Kakarot with growing fascination, it's time for gods to evolve as well. The admission was unprecedented. Gods of destruction had always seen themselves as above such considerations. Eternal, unchanging, bound by cosmic law to maintain their roles regardless of personal preference. But Kakarot's demonstration suggested that even divine nature might be subject to choice and growth. Little boy, Majin Buu interjected from his garden, having listened to the entire conversation while nurturing a tree that grew crystalline fruit. Gods get lonely too. Gods get scared sometimes. Gods want to be something different than what they supposed to be. The question struck Beerus like a physical blow. When was the last time anyone had asked him about his personal desires rather than his cosmic function? When had he last considered whether he enjoyed his role as destroyer or simply accepted it as inevitable destiny? That's not a question gods usually consider, he admitted, his voice uncharacteristically uncertain. Then maybe it should be, Kakarot suggested gently. If you're not happy being a destroyer, maybe you could learn to be something else, something that makes you feel better about yourself. Planet Vashti, forest clearing, divine transformation, what happened next was unprecedented in the annals of cosmic history. Beerus, god of destruction for Universe 7, sat down in the grass beside a 5-year-old mortal child and began to seriously consider whether he wanted to continue being what he had always been. I've been destroying things for so long, he said quietly, his divine consciousness turning inward for perhaps the first time in eons. Worlds, civilizations, entire species. I told myself it was necessary for cosmic balance, but did I enjoy it? Was there satisfaction in elimination, or was I simply following orders from forces even greater than myself? Whis watched this introspection with fascination. In all their time together, he had never seen his lord question the fundamental nature of divine purpose. The child's influence was proving even more profound than they had initially realized. What would you want to be instead? Kakarot asked with genuine curiosity. If you could choose anything, what would make you happy? The question required consideration that spanned cosmic ages. Beerus had never imagined alternatives to destruction, had never considered that divine nature might be mutable. But as he studied the harmony surrounding them, the perfect balance between creation and destruction that Kakarot had achieved, new possibilities began to emerge. I think, he said slowly, I would want to be a gardener, like you and Majin Buu, someone who helps things grow instead of making them disappear. The admission was so profound that reality itself seemed to pause. A god of destruction expressing desire to become a nurturer challenged every assumption about divine nature and cosmic order. Then learn, Kakarot said simply, offering his small hand to the cat-like deity. I can teach you the same things I taught Buu, how to help instead of hurt, how to create instead of destroy. how to make friends instead of enemies. Planet Vashti, forest clearing universal implications as Beerus accepted Kakarot's offer and began learning techniques that no god of destruction had ever imagined. Whis documented everything with growing amazement. The cosmic implications were staggering. If even divine beings could choose to evolve beyond their original nature, then the entire structure of universal governance might need to be reconsidered. "My lord," he said carefully, "the Grand Xana will need to be informed of these developments. Changes to the cosmic hierarchy require oversight from the highest levels." "Then we'll tell him," Beerus replied, his attention focused on encouraging a small plant to bloom under Kakarot's patient guidance. "And we'll show him what's possible when creation and destruction work together instead of against each other." The child's influence was spreading beyond individual transformation to challenge the very foundations of divine order. But rather than causing cosmic chaos, the changes seemed to be enhancing universal stability in ways that traditional maintenance had never achieved. "Little boy make big changes," Majin Buu observed with satisfaction, watching as Beerus successfully coaxed his first flower into existence. "Little boy teach everyone to be better than they used to be, even gods." As the sun set over their transformed world, 4 impossible friends worked together in a garden that defied every law of nature while somehow enhancing the cosmic balance it should have disrupted. The universe was changing, evolving, growing into something unprecedented and beautiful. But change, even positive change, creates reactions. Somewhere in the vast cosmos, other forces were taking notice of these developments, forces that viewed the disruption of traditional order as a threat to be eliminated rather than an opportunity to be embraced. Planet Vashti Refugee Settlement. 1 week later, the integration of a god of destruction into their peaceful community had created challenges no one could have anticipated. Beerus's sincere attempts at nurturing were producing results that, while beautiful, often defied natural law in ways that made even their reformed group nervous. "Lord Beerus," Vegeta said diplomatically as they surveyed a garden where flowers had achieved sentience and were composing poetry, "perhaps we could work on moderating the divine influence in your creations." "But they're happy," Beerus protested, watching as one of his roses began teaching a butterfly to sing. "Isn't happiness the goal?" "Yes, but maybe happiness that doesn't rewrite fundamental physics," Raditz suggested hopefully. The learning process was proving more complex than anyone had expected. Divine power, even when applied with the best intentions, operated on scales that mortal ecosystems struggled to accommodate. But the effort itself was transforming Beerus in ways that delighted Kakarot and amazed Whis. "He's becoming more mortal," the angel observed privately to Guinea's gravestone, where he had taken to meditating on the implications of their situation. Not losing his divine nature, but incorporating mortal perspectives into divine consciousness. The fusion is creating something entirely new. Planet Vashti, deep space communications, simultaneous, the reports reaching the cosmic hierarchy were creating unprecedented alarm. A god of destruction learning gardening from a mortal child was disturbing enough. But the larger implications were causing panic among the administrative angels who maintained universal order. Emergency sessions were being convened in divine realms that had remained unchanged for billions of years. Questions were being asked that challenged the fundamental assumptions of cosmic governance. If gods could choose to evolve beyond their original functions, what did that mean for universal stability? If creation and destruction could achieve perfect harmony, did the traditional hierarchy still serve any purpose? Most troubling of all, if a 5-year-old mortal had discovered techniques that surpassed divine wisdom, what did that say about the competence of cosmic authority itself? The answers to these questions would determine not just the fate of Universe 7, but the future of divine order across all realities. And at the center of it all was a small child who simply wanted everyone to be happy, unaware that his innocent desire was reshaping the fundamental nature of existence itself. The universe was about to discover whether love truly could transform even the gods themselves. Planet Vashti, Forest Shrine final scene as night fell over their transformed world, Kakarot knelt beside his mother's grave, sharing the day's events with her memory while processing the magnitude of what was unfolding around them. "Mama," he whispered to the flowers that bloomed impossibly bright in the darkness, "I think we're changing more than just a few people. I think we're changing everything." The wind through the trees seemed to carry her voice in response, reminding him that change, however vast, began with individual choices to love rather than hate, to heal rather than harm, to protect rather than destroy. Tomorrow would bring new challenges as divine authorities grappled with concepts that threatened their fundamental assumptions about cosmic order. But tonight, in a garden where gods learned to nurture alongside reformed destroyers, the universe had taken its first steps toward becoming something greater than anyone had ever imagined possible. The real test was yet to come. But for the first time in cosmic history, even that test would be approached not with fear and violence, but with hope and the revolutionary idea that everyone, mortal, divine, or anything in between, deserved the chance to choose who they wanted to become. Sacred World of the Kai Emergency Divine Council. 2 weeks after Beerus's transformation, the highest levels of cosmic authority had not convened an emergency session in over 12 million years. The crystalline halls of the Grand Xanos Palace echoed with urgent conversations as angels, Kai, and gods of destruction from across the multiverse gathered to address what many were calling the Universe 7 anomaly. At the center of the Great Assembly Hall, holographic displays showed impossible scenes. Majin Buu tending gardens instead of destroying worlds, Beerus learning nurturing techniques from a mortal child, and most disturbing of all, cosmic balance being maintained through harmony rather than controlled destruction. "This cannot be allowed to continue," declared Belmod, god of destruction for Universe 11, his clown-like appearance belying the genuine concern in his voice. "If mortals believe they can heal cosmic forces, if they think they can choose alternatives to their fundamental nature, the entire structure of divine order will collapse." "The child's techniques are undeniably effective," countered Champa, Beerus's brother and Universe 6's god of destruction. "His methods achieve superior cosmic balance with minimal divine intervention. Perhaps we should study rather than suppress these developments." But the debate was interrupted by an energy signature that silenced every divine being present, one that carried familiar power patterns twisted into something fundamentally wrong. Through the palace's great viewing portal, they could see a figure approaching whose very existence challenged everything they thought they knew about temporal stability. "Impossible," breathed the Grand Priest, his usually serene composure cracking as he analyzed the approaching signature. "That energy pattern, it's Kakarot, but not our timeline's version. This one carries traces of divine power but corrupted, inverted. What manner of being is this? Space between universes, the approaching threat, simultaneous the being that called itself Goku Black moved through the void between realities with purpose that transcended mere conquest. His twisted key signature, a dark mirror of the compassionate energy that defined Universe 7's Kakarot, pulsed with righteous fury directed at a very specific target. He had come from a timeline where Kakarot's philosophy had been allowed to spread unchecked, where mortals had grown so bold in their presumption of divine wisdom that they had begun teaching gods themselves. In his reality, the cosmic order had indeed collapsed, not through violence or destruction, but through the far more insidious cancer of universal compassion. "Mortals who believe they can heal any evil," he muttered, his voice carrying the same gentle cadence as Kakarot but twisted with contempt. "Beings so arrogant they think love conquers all, that every monster can be redeemed through sufficient patience. They've infected even the gods with their weakness." His timeline's Zamasu had shown him the truth, that mortals were a plague upon existence, their very capacity for growth and change making them dangerous to cosmic stability. But this version of Kakarot represented something even more threatening. A mortal who had proven that redemption was possible, that even the darkest hearts could choose differently. Such dangerous hope had to be eliminated before it could spread to other timelines. Planet Vashti, peaceful morning, same time unaware of the cosmic crisis his actions had precipitated, 5-year-old Kakarot continued his daily routine of tending their expanded garden while teaching creation techniques to an increasingly diverse group of students. Beerus had proven surprisingly adept at nurturing, though his divine-enhanced plants still tended toward impossible beauty that challenged natural law. "Remember," Kakarot explained to a group of refugee children from various species, "every living thing wants to grow and be happy. We just have to help them remember how." Majin Buu nodded sagely from where he was encouraging a tree to produce fruit that sang lullabies. "Little boy, right, all things want to be better than they were. Sometimes they just forget how to try." The morning's lesson was interrupted by an energy signature that made every reformed warrior present tense with recognition and alarm. It felt like Kakarot's own power, but wrong somehow, familiar techniques twisted into patterns that radiated menace rather than healing. That's my energy signature," Kakarot said, confusion evident in his young voice. "But it feels angry and sad, and like it wants to hurt people." Through the forest came a figure that looked disturbingly similar to what Kakarot might become if he grew to adulthood, same build, same spiky hair, even the same gentle face. But his eyes held cold judgment instead of warm compassion, and his aura carried righteousness that had curdled into fanaticism. "So," Goku Black said, his voice a twisted echo of Kakarot's innocent tones, "this is where the infection began. A child who thinks he can heal evil, surrounded by beings who have forgotten their true nature. Planet Vashti, forest-clearing confrontation of philosophies, the assembled defenders, 5 reformed Saiyans, a transformed Majin Buu, and a god of destruction learning to garden, arranged themselves protectively around their community, but their formation remained defensive rather than aggressive. Years of Kakarot's teaching had ingrained certain principles too deeply to abandon even in the face of existential threat. "Who are you?" Kakarot asked, stepping forward with the same fearless curiosity that had transformed every enemy he'd encountered. "You look like me but older. Are you from the future?" "I am Goku Black," the dark reflection replied, his voice carrying mock gentleness that barely concealed seething contempt. "I am what you could have become if you had learned proper respect for divine order instead of indulging mortal arrogance." His gaze swept across their peaceful settlement, taking in the impossible harmony between former enemies, the gardens where destruction and creation worked in perfect balance, the children from dozen worlds playing together without fear. "Look at this corruption you've spread," he continued, disgust creeping into his voice. "Gods learning from mortals, cosmic forces choosing to abandon their nature, evil beings convinced they can simply decide to become good. You've created a fantasy world built on the lie that love conquers all." "It's not a lie," Kakarot replied with quiet certainty. "Everyone I've met could choose to be kinder than they were. Even really angry, really hurt people like Frieza and Majin Buu, even gods who thought they had to destroy things." "Even gods who thought they had to destroy things," Black repeated mockingly. "Do you hear yourself, child? You've corrupted a god of destruction into abandoning his cosmic function. You've turned the embodiment of entropy into a gardener. Do you have any idea what your kindness has done to universal balance? Planet Vashti forest clearing, the dark truth in my timeline," Goku Black continued, his energy beginning to fluctuate with dangerous instability. "Your philosophy was allowed to spread unchecked. Mortals grew so bold they began teaching creation techniques to angels. Gods abandoned their posts to pursue happiness instead of duty. The entire cosmic hierarchy collapsed into chaos." His form began to shimmer with dark energy, revealing glimpses of the divine power he'd stolen from his timeline's Zamasu. "And when the Grand Zano tried to restore order through traditional destruction, your followers had so corrupted the cosmic balance that even Omni-King-level power couldn't purge the infection." The implications were staggering. Kakarot's innocent desire to help everyone be happy had, in some timeline, grown into a force that challenged the fundamental structure of reality itself. "So you came here to stop me?" Kakarot asked, his young mind struggling to process the concept of alternate timelines and cosmic consequences. "I came here to eliminate the source," Black replied coldly. "To ensure that no other reality suffers the fate mine did. To prove once and for all that some evils cannot be redeemed, some natures cannot be changed, and some truths are too dangerous to be allowed to exist." His power level began climbing to heights that made even Beerus take notice. But this wasn't the pure destructive force of a traditional enemy. This was something far more complex and dangerous. Divine power filtered through mortal understanding, cosmic authority, wielded by someone who had experienced both sides of the creation/destruction balance. "You want to hurt my family," Kakarot said quietly, his own energy beginning to shift into the prismatic patterns they'd come to associate with his most profound transformations. "You want to destroy everything we've built here because you're scared that happiness might be possible." "I'm not scared," Black snarled, his facade of calm superiority cracking to reveal the fanatical rage beneath. "I'm righteous. I'm necessary. I'm the universe's immune system responding to the cancer of false hope." Planet Vashti, forest-clearing battle of realities, the confrontation that followed was unlike any previous battle on Vashti. This wasn't about converting an enemy or healing ancient wounds. This was about defending the very right to believe that redemption was possible. Black's attacks came not just with overwhelming power, but with targeted strikes designed to shatter the philosophical foundation of everything they'd built. "Look around you," he roared, his energy blasts precisely aimed at the settlement's most symbolic locations. "See how fragile your paradise really is, how quickly harmony collapses when faced with someone who refuses to be healed." But Kakarot's response wasn't to meet violence with superior violence. Instead, he did something that shocked everyone present, including Black himself. He began to heal the dark energy even as it struck him. Each of Black's attacks carried not just destructive force, but spiritual poison designed to corrupt Kakarot's compassionate nature. Energy that should have turned his healing techniques into weapons of destruction. Key patterns meant to make him choose between saving his friends and maintaining his principles. Yet somehow, impossibly, Kakarot was purifying the attacks even as they hit him. Black's corrupted divine power was being filtered through the child's transformative aura and emerging as pure creative force. "This is impossible," Black screamed, his carefully controlled facade completely shattered. "You cannot heal divine corruption, you cannot redeem righteous judgment, you cannot love someone who has chosen to be beyond love." "I can try," Kakarot replied, his young voice carrying harmonics that seemed to resonate with fundamental forces of existence. "That's what Mama taught me. Even if someone doesn't want to be helped, even if they've done terrible things, even if they think they're too broken to fix, I can still try to love them." Planet Vashi, forest clearing, the impossible healing. What happened next challenged every assumption about the limits of redemptive power. As Black's attacks grew more desperate and more corrupted, Kakarot's healing energy began reaching deeper than the physical damage, deeper than the spiritual poison, deeper even than the divine corruption that had transformed Black from potential protector into cosmic cleanser. For the first time since stealing Zamasu's body and power, Goku Black felt something he'd thought eliminated forever: doubt. The absolute certainty that had driven him across timelines and through realities began to waver as Kakarot's influence touched the buried remnants of who he'd once been. "Stop," he whispered, his attacks faltering as unfamiliar emotions began to surface. "Stop trying to save me. I chose this path. I chose to be beyond redemption. I chose to be the universe's necessary evil. But what if you could choose something else?" Kakarot asked gently, approaching his dark reflection despite the danger radiating from Black's unstable energy. "What if being necessary and being happy aren't the same thing? What if there's a way to protect the universe that doesn't require you to hate yourself?" The questions struck at the core of Black's entire existence. His righteousness had been built on the assumption that sacrifice of personal happiness was required for cosmic duty, that true service to universal order demanded the abandonment of individual desires for peace or connection. But here stood a child who had achieved both, who protected the universe not through righteous destruction, but through healing that somehow maintained cosmic balance even more effectively than traditional divine methods. Planet Vashi, forest clearing, mirrors crack. "You don't understand," Black said, his voice cracking with the strain of maintaining beliefs that Kakarot's presence was systematically undermining. "The timeline I came from. The chaos your philosophy caused. Entire realities collapsed because mortals thought they could improve upon divine wisdom. Then maybe divine wisdom needed improving," Kakarot replied with the innocent directness that had transformed gods and demons alike. "Maybe the old ways weren't working as well as everyone thought. Maybe even the people in charge of everything can learn new things." "That's blasphemy," Black whispered, but the word carried no conviction. "That's growth," Kakarot corrected gently. "And everyone can grow, even if it's scary. Even if it means admitting that what you used to believe wasn't completely right." Around them, the battle had transformed into something unprecedented, a theological debate conducted through energy exchanges that were simultaneously damaging and healing. Black's attacks continued, but they were growing weaker, more conflicted, as his absolute certainty began to fragment under the weight of actual evidence that his assumptions might be wrong. "In my timeline," he said desperately, "when the cosmic order collapsed, billions died. Entire universes fell into chaos because mortals thought they knew better than their betters." "That sounds terrible," Kakarot agreed with genuine sympathy. "But maybe the problem wasn't that mortals wanted to help. Maybe the problem was that nobody taught them how to help properly. Maybe if the gods had worked with them instead of just giving orders, things might have turned out different." The suggestion was so revolutionary that it caused visible physical pain to process. Black's entire existence had been built on the necessity of his righteous mission, the correctness of his cosmic perspective, the inevitability of mortal corruption requiring divine correction. But what if he'd been wrong? Planet Vashi, forest clearing, the moment of choice. As Black's internal conflict intensified, his stolen divine power began to destabilize. The body he'd taken from Zamasu had never been meant to contain such contradictory forces, divine authority warring with growing doubt, righteous certainty cracking against evidence of alternative possibilities. "I can help you," Kakarot offered, extending his small hand toward his dark reflection. "Not change you into something different, just help you feel better about who you choose to be. Help the hurt that's making you think destruction is the only answer. Black stared at the offered hand as if it were a weapon more dangerous than any attack he'd ever faced. Because in a sense it represented the possibility that his suffering, his sacrifice, his abandonment of happiness in service to cosmic duty might all have been unnecessary. "If I accept your help," he said quietly, "if I let you heal the pain that drives my righteousness, what happens to my purpose? What happens to my mission? What happens to the certainty that has sustained me across timelines?" "You get to choose a new purpose," Kakarot replied with absolute confidence. "One that makes you happy instead of sad, one that helps people instead of hurting them, one that lets you be friends with others instead of having to be alone with your duty." The offer hung between them like a bridge across an infinite chasm. On one side lay Black's familiar righteousness, painful but certain, destructive but purposeful. On the other lay unknown possibilities that might be better but required abandoning everything he'd built his identity upon. For a moment that stretched across eternity, the fate of multiple timelines balanced on the edge of one being's willingness to consider that even cosmic necessity might be subject to choice and change. Planet Vashti, forest clearing salvation's rejection, but some wounds cut too deep for healing in a single moment. And some certainties are too fundamental to abandon when they've become the only thing preventing total psychological collapse. Black's hand started to rise toward Kakarot's offer, then stopped, trembling with the effort of maintaining beliefs that his heart no longer fully supported. "I can't," he whispered, the admission tearing from his throat like a physical wound. "Even if you're right, even if there's another way, even if I've been wrong about everything, I can't let myself believe it. Because if you're right, then everything I've done, everyone I've killed, every reality I've tried to save through destruction was meaningless." His power began to spike again, but this time it was the desperate energy of someone clinging to familiar pain rather than risking unfamiliar healing. "I am Goku Black," he declared, his voice carrying the hollow authority of someone trying to convince themselves as much as their audience. "I am divine judgment made manifest. I am the universe's necessary correction to the cancer of false hope, and I will eliminate this infection before it can spread to other timelines." But even as he spoke, everyone present could hear the doubt beneath his words. The healing had begun, despite his rejection of it. Seeds of possibility had been planted in the cracks of his absolute certainty, and they would grow whether he acknowledged them or not. "I'm sorry you're not ready yet," Kakarot said with infinite sadness. "But like I told Frieza, the offer will always be there when you change your mind." Planet Vashti, forest-clearing temporal intervention before Black could launch his final, desperate attack, reality around them began to shimmer with the distinctive energy patterns of temporal manipulation. Space and time folded in ways that suggested intervention from authorities even higher than gods of destruction. The Grand Priest materialized in their clearing, his presence carrying such concentrated divine power that even Black's stolen authority seemed insignificant by comparison. Behind him came two angels, their staffs glowing with temporal correction matrices that made the air itself seem to sing with possibility. "Temporal anomaly identified," the Grand Priest announced, his voice carrying the weight of multiversal authority. "Unauthorized timeline incursion detected, initiating correction protocols." "Wait," Kakarot said, stepping between the divine authorities and his dark reflection. "Please don't hurt him, he's just scared and confused. He can still choose to be better." The Grand Priest paused, studying the small child who dared to intercede on behalf of someone who had just tried to destroy him. "This entity has violated the most fundamental laws of temporal stability. Its very existence threatens the integrity of multiple realities. But he's still a person," Kakarot insisted with the stubborn compassion that had redefined cosmic balance. "And every person deserves a chance to choose who they want to be, even if they make bad choices at first." Planet Vashti, forest clearing, divine consideration, the Grand Priest's gaze moved from Kakarot to Black, analyzing energy patterns and temporal signatures with processing power that encompassed entire universes. What he found was unexpected. "Interesting," he murmured. "The corruption in this entity's temporal matrix shows signs of healing. The child's influence has begun affecting even divinely reinforced psychological conditioning." Black himself stood frozen, his stolen power fluctuating wildly as competing impulses warred within his commandeered consciousness. The certainty that had driven him across realities was fragmenting, replaced by questions he'd never allowed himself to consider. The healing process could be completed, one of the accompanying angels observed, studying the data streams with professional interest. But it would require the subject's willing participation. Force-applied redemption typically results in psychological fragmentation. He has to choose, Kakarot agreed, looking at his dark reflection with eyes full of hope and patience. But maybe if we give him time to think about it, away from all the pressure and anger, he might decide he wants to feel better instead of just being right all the time. The Grand Priest considered this proposition with the careful deliberation of one whose decisions affected the stability of existence itself. Finally, he nodded. Temporal quarantine will be implemented, he announced. The entity will be contained in a pocket dimension where it can consider its choices without threatening timeline stability. The healing process may continue if and when the subject requests it. Pocket dimension, temporal quarantine moments later. Black found himself alone in a space that existed between moments, a quiet realm where time moved at his own pace and no external pressures could influence his thoughts. Here, finally, he could examine the doubts that Kakarot's influence had awakened without the desperate need to maintain his righteous facade. The questions came slowly at first, then with increasing urgency. What if he'd been wrong? What if the chaos in his timeline had been preventable through cooperation rather than correction? What if his righteousness had been fear disguised as duty? And most terrifying of all, what if the child was right about redemption being possible for anyone who chose to accept it? In the pocket dimension's perfect silence, Goku Black began the hardest battle of his existence, not against external enemies, but against the possibility that everything he'd built his identity upon might need to be reconsidered. Planet Vashi, forest clearing aftermath with Black safely contained and the immediate crisis resolved, life in the settlement began to return to its peaceful routine. But the encounter had changed everyone who witnessed it, forcing them to confront the limits of even infinite compassion. Some people really aren't ready to be helped, Kakarot said sadly as he sat beside his mother's grave, processing his first encounter with someone who had actively chosen to reject healing. But that doesn't mean we stop trying, does it, Mama? The wind through the trees seemed to carry her voice in response. Never stop trying, little one. But remember that trying doesn't always mean succeeding right away. Sometimes the most important seeds take the longest to grow. Around them, the impossible community they'd built continued to flourish, a testament to the power of love to transform even the most damaged souls. But now they understood that transformation required willing participation, that healing demanded courage, and that even infinite patience might not be enough to reach every wounded heart immediately. The universe was vast and complex, full of beings at every stage of their journey toward or away from redemption. Their role wasn't to force salvation on anyone, but to ensure that the possibility of choosing differently remained available to all. It was a lesson that would serve them well in the challenges yet to come, as word of their achievements continued to spread and other forces, both divine and mortal, began to take interest in their revolutionary approach to cosmic balance. But for now, in their garden where gods learned to nurture and ancient evils chose to create beauty, they had proven something important. Even failed redemption was still a form of hope, planting seeds that might bloom in unexpected seasons. The universe was learning that love, properly applied, could indeed conquer all, but only when all chose to be conquered by it. Sacred World of the Kai, Grand Xano's Palace, 6 months after Black Incident, the announcement that would reshape the multiverse came not as a response to any crisis, but as the result of curiosity from the most powerful being in existence. Grand Xano, ruler of all realities, had been observing the unusual developments in Universe 7 with growing fascination. Xano wants to see, the childlike Omniking declared from his cosmic throne, his innocent voice carrying the weight of multiversal authority. This healing philosophy that changes gods and demons, Xano wants to watch it work. The Grand Priest, ever dutiful in serving his lord's whims, bowed deeply. How shall we arrange such an observation, Xano-sama? Tournament, Xano announced with the delighted enthusiasm of someone planning an entertaining game. But not fighting tournament, different tournament, healing tournament. Each universe sends team to help broken things. Universe that heals most broken things wins. The implications were staggering. Instead of the traditional tournament of power where universes fought for survival through combat prowess, this would be a tournament of compassion where victory would be determined by the ability to redeem, heal, and transform. The stakes, my lord, the Grand Priest inquired carefully. Same as always, Xano replied with cheerful finality. Losing universes get erased. But this time, winners are universes that make other universes better, not universes that destroy other universes. Universe 7 Planet Vashi team selection, the news reached their peaceful settlement through Whis, who materialized in their garden with an expression that mixed excitement and profound concern. As he explained the tournament's unprecedented format, the assembled beings began to understand the magnitude of what they were facing. A tournament where victory is achieved through healing rather than harm, Beerus mused, carefully tending a patch of flowers that bloomed in mathematical fractals. It's actually quite appealing, far more civilized than traditional elimination matches. But the stakes remain the same, Whis pointed out soberly. Universes that perform poorly will still face erasure. The pressure to succeed will be immense. 6-year-old Kakarot, now showing the mature wisdom that came from having transformed gods and ancient evils, considered the challenge with characteristic directness. We'll need a team of people who understand that helping others isn't about being stronger than them. It's about understanding what they need and being patient enough to help them find it. The team selection process that followed was unlike anything in tournament history. Instead of choosing the strongest fighters from across their universe, they sought out the greatest healers, the most successful reformers, the beings who had proven themselves capable of reaching others despite differences in species, philosophy, or background. Universe 7 Team Assembly. 1 month before tournament, their final roster reflected the revolutionary nature of their approach. Kakarot, the child whose philosophy had started it all, now 6 years old and having mastered healing techniques that worked on physical, emotional, and spiritual levels simultaneously. Majin Buu reformed from ultimate destroyer to gentle creator. His unique perspective on choosing transformation made him ideal for reaching others trapped by their own nature. Vegeta, the former prince whose journey from royal arrogance to protective humility demonstrated that even the most entrenched pride could evolve into genuine service. Raditz, his experience choosing family over duty, made him particularly effective with beings torn between conflicting loyalties. Piccolo, the former Demon King, had joined their community after witnessing Majin Buu's transformation, bringing centuries of wisdom about redemption and the courage required to change. Android 17, a reformed artificial being who understood the struggle between programming and choice. Recruited after his wildlife preservation efforts caught Kakarot's attention. Tien, a martial artist who had dedicated his life to discipline and self-improvement, his techniques for mental clarity and emotional balance proving invaluable. Master Roshi, despite his age and personal flaws, his centuries of experience in teaching and mentoring made him uniquely qualified to understand what different beings needed to grow. Gohan, in this timeline, Kakarot's influence had shaped a different path for his older alternate self, focusing on scholarly approaches to conflict resolution and interspecies communication. Frieza, the most controversial selection, still not fully redeemed but showing genuine progress in his own healing journey, included specifically because his presence would demonstrate the possibility of transformation to similar tyrants from other universes. Tournament Arena Interdimensional Coliseum Opening Ceremony. The arena constructed for this unprecedented tournament defied conventional architecture. Instead of fighting rings designed for combat, the space was divided into elaborate healing stations where teams would work with patients, beings from across the multiverse who had volunteered to participate in exchange for the possibility of genuine transformation. Grand Zano observed from his floating throne, flanked by angels and gods of destruction who were still processing the implications of a tournament where victory required compassion rather than conquest. "Welcome to First Tournament of Healing," Zano announced to the assembled multiverse. 8 universes compete to make broken things better. Universe that heals most broken things gets to stay. Other universes, he made a gesture that caused several spectators to flinch. Gone, the patients arranged throughout the arena represented the multiverse's most challenging cases. Beings twisted by centuries of hatred, artificial intelligences trapped by their programming, entire species locked in cycles of mutual destruction, cosmic entities driven mad by isolation, and creatures so damaged by their experiences that conventional wisdom declared them irredeemable. "Remember," Kakarot said quietly to his team as they surveyed the challenges ahead, "we're not trying to win a tournament. We're trying to help people who are hurting. If we focus on that, everything else will work out the way it's supposed to." Tournament Arena First Challenge Round Hour 1, the Universe 7 team's first assignment was perhaps the most difficult in the arena. A collective consciousness from Universe 3 that had become trapped in a cycle of self-destruction after achieving perfect unity, only to discover that perfection was unbearably lonely. "We became one mind," the entity communicated through mechanical interfaces, its voice carrying the despair of billions of merged consciousnesses. We achieved ultimate efficiency, perfect coordination, absolute understanding. But in becoming everything, we lost what made us. Now we exist as one being that remembers being many, and the memory is agony. Other teams approach such challenges through traditional methods. Universe 11's Pride Troopers attempted to impose order through justice. Universe 6's team tried to solve the problem through superior technology. Universe 2's representatives offered the power of love and friendship. But Kakarot's approach was characteristically unique. Instead of trying to fix the collective consciousness, he sat down beside their mechanical avatar and simply listened. For hours, he absorbed their pain, their regret, their longing for the individuality they'd sacrificed in pursuit of perfection. "You don't have to choose between being one and being many," he said finally. "Maybe the problem isn't that you unified, maybe it's that you thought unity meant sameness. What if you could be connected but still different? Like a garden where every flower is unique but they all share the same soil." Tournament, Arena First Challenge Round Hour 6 working together, the Universe 7 team began demonstrating what they meant. Majin Buu used his shape-changing abilities to show how the same essence could take countless forms. Piccolo shared Namekian techniques for collective consciousness that preserved individual identity. Android 17 contributed insights about maintaining personal autonomy while serving larger purposes. But it was Vegeta who provided the crucial breakthrough. Drawing on his own journey from isolated pride to connected humility, he showed the collective consciousness how to maintain unity without sacrificing the diversity that made existence meaningful. "I was a prince," he explained, his royal bearing transformed into genuine dignity rather than mere arrogance. "I thought being supreme meant being separate, being better than everyone else. But real strength comes from understanding how you're connected to others while still being yourself." Slowly, incredibly, the collective consciousness began to differentiate itself, not fragmenting back into isolated individuals, but flowing into a more complex pattern where unity and diversity coexisted in dynamic balance. Billions of minds remained connected while rediscovering their individual perspectives, creating something unprecedented, a collective that was truly greater than the sum of its parts, because it celebrated rather than suppressed its internal differences. This is what we always wanted," the entity said, its voice now carrying harmony instead of despair. "Not the loneliness of separation or the suffocation of sameness, but connection that enhances rather than diminishes who we are." Grand Zano clapped his hands with delight. "Universe 7 makes broken thing better. Very good healing." Tournament, Arena Second Challenge Round, Hours 7 through 12, their success with the collective consciousness had drawn attention from other teams and patients alike. Word spread quickly that Universe 7's approach wasn't about imposing solutions, but about helping beings discover possibilities they hadn't considered. Their next challenge came from Universe 10, a being known as the Destroyer of Hope, whose entire existence was dedicated to eliminating optimism wherever it appeared. Unlike traditional destroyers who eliminated life, this entity specifically targeted the belief that things could improve, leaving its victims alive but convinced that suffering was eternal. "Hope is the cruelest lie," the Destroyer declared, its form shifting between shadow and substance as it spoke. "I have seen the futility of optimism across 10,000 worlds. Every dream leads to disappointment, every aspiration ends in failure. I eliminate hope not from malice, but from mercy to spare beings the pain of believing things can change." Most teams would have approached this as a philosophical debate, trying to prove that hope was valuable despite its risks. But Kakarot's team recognized something deeper. This wasn't an entity that hated hope, but one that had been so wounded by disappointed hopes that it had built an entire existence around avoiding that pain. "You used to hope for things," Kakarot observed gently. "Something you wanted really, really badly, but it never happened. And it hurt so much that you decided it was safer to never want anything again." Tournament, Arena Second Challenge Round, the healing of despair, the Destroyer of Hope recoiled as if struck, its shadowy form flickering with distress. "How dare you? My past is irrelevant. I am what I choose to be now." "But what if you could choose something different?" Frieza interjected, his own voice carrying the weight of recent transformation. "I spent decades believing that power was the only thing worth wanting, that everything else was weakness to be eliminated. But I was wrong about what power actually meant." The former emperor's participation in this moment was profound. Here was someone who had embodied selfish ambition, offering insight to someone who had abandoned all ambition entirely. "The child taught me," Frieza continued, gesturing toward Kakarot, "that hoping for others' happiness is safer than hoping for your own dominance. When you want good things for everyone, you can't be disappointed by others' success." Slowly, carefully, the Universe 7 team began helping the Destroyer of Hope remember what it felt like to want good things to happen. Not grand, impossible dreams that led to crushing disappointment, but simple, achievable hopes that could be fulfilled through mutual effort and patient work. I wanted to create beauty, the entity whispered as memories surfaced through layers of protective cynicism. Before I became what I am, I wanted to make things that would inspire joy in others. But every attempt failed, every creation was ignored or destroyed. Eventually, the pain of failure became greater than the joy of creating. Then let's try creating together, Kakarot suggested. Not to prove anything or impress anyone, just because making beautiful things feels good when you share the work with friends. Tournament Arena Second Challenge Round Collaborative Creation, what followed was perhaps the most moving scene in tournament history. The Destroyer of Hope, supported by beings who had once been its potential victims, began tentatively creating again. Not grand masterpieces designed to earn acclaim, but simple, honest expressions of the joy that came from making something new exist. Majin Buu provided the childlike enthusiasm that had been crushed out of the Destroyer's nature. Piccolo offered the discipline and patience required to nurture fragile creative impulses. Master Roshi contributed the wisdom to appreciate beauty in imperfect attempts. But it was Gohan who provided the crucial insight. Creation isn't about making perfect things. It's about sharing part of yourself with the world. And when you share it with friends, even failures become successes because they bring us closer together. As the Destroyer of Hope began to create again tentative, imperfect, but genuine attempts at beauty, something remarkable happened. Its very nature began to transform, shifting from an entity that eliminated hope to one that nurtured the kind of modest, sustainable optimism that could survive disappointment and grow stronger from it. I remember now, it said, its form stabilizing into something luminous rather than shadowy. I remember what it felt like to want beautiful things to exist, not for glory or recognition, but simply because beauty makes existence more bearable for everyone. Grand Zano was practically bouncing in his throne with excitement. Another broken thing made better. Universe 7 very good at healing. Tournament Arena Midpoint Evaluation, Hour 18. As the tournament reached its halfway point, the standings revealed something unprecedented in multiversal competition history. Universe 7 wasn't just leading, they were succeeding with cases that other universes had deemed impossible. Their approach had proven so effective that other teams were beginning to modify their methods, incorporating compassionate techniques alongside their traditional strategies. Universe 6's team, led by Champa's reformed perspective, had begun achieving breakthrough results by combining their technological solutions with emotional understanding. Even Universe 11's Pride Troopers were discovering that their commitment to justice was more effective when tempered with mercy and genuine concern for the beings they were trying to help. This is remarkable, observed the Grand Priest, reviewing the healing statistics with professional amazement. The Universe 7 methodology is not only achieving superior results, but it's inspiring innovation across all participating universes. The overall success rate has improved by 347% compared to projected baselines. But the real test was yet to come. The final challenges had been specifically selected as impossible cases being so damaged, so twisted, or so fundamentally opposed to change that conventional wisdom declared them beyond any hope of redemption. Tournament Arena Final Challenge Round Hour 20, the ultimate test arrived in the form of a collective entity from Universe 4, a fusion of every tyrant, destroyer, and cosmic horror that universe had ever produced. It called itself the aggregate of absolute evil, and its very existence seemed to poison the space around it with concentrated malevolence. "We are every cruelty ever inflicted," it declared, its voice a harmony of every scream that had ever been silenced. "We are every mercy that was denied, every hope that was crushed, every love that was corrupted into hatred. We exist not to be redeemed, but to prove that some evils are eternal and irreducible." The other teams took one look at this final challenge and began strategizing conventional approaches: containment, banishment, or at best, temporary suppression. The idea that such concentrated evil could be actually healed seemed beyond even their expanded understanding of what was possible. But Kakarot approached the aggregate with the same patient curiosity he'd shown every other challenge, studying its energy patterns not for weaknesses to exploit, but for understanding of what had created such profound corruption. "You're not evil," he said finally, his young voice carrying absolute certainty. "You're hurt. All of you, every part that makes up your whole, you're beings who were hurt so badly that you decided hurting others was the only way to make the pain stop. Tournament Arena Final Challenge Round. The Heart of Darkness, the aggregate, recoiled from Kakarot's assessment as if it were a physical attack. We are beyond your naive philosophy, child. We have transcended the weakness of hope, the foolishness of compassion, the delusion that beings can change their fundamental nature. But you did change your nature, Kakarot pointed out gently. You weren't born evil. You became evil because of things that happened to you. And if you could change from good to evil, that means you can change from evil to good too. For the first time since the tournament began, Kakarot's team seemed to face a challenge that might be beyond their abilities. The aggregate's malevolence was so concentrated, so fundamental to its existence, that approaching it directly caused actual damage to anyone who tried. But then Frieza stepped forward, his own transformation lending him unique insight into the nature of chosen evil. I understand what you've become, he said to the aggregate, his voice carrying the authority of someone who had walked similar paths. I spent decades convincing myself that cruelty was strength, that causing suffering was the natural order, that beings like myself were simply superior to those we dominated. His presence seemed to stabilize the aggregate slightly, as if recognition was penetrating layers of accumulated malice. But the child showed me something I had never considered, Frieza continued. That power used to help others feels better than power used to hurt them. That being feared is lonelier than being loved. That choosing to be evil doesn't actually make the pain go away. It just spreads it to everyone around you. Tournament, Arena, Final Challenge Round, Collective Redemption. What followed was the most ambitious healing attempt in the tournament's history. Instead of trying to redeem the aggregate as a single entity, Universe 7's team began working with its individual components. The thousands of tyrants, destroyers, and cosmic horrors that had fused together in their shared commitment to cruelty. Each team member took responsibility for connecting with specific aspects of the aggregate's consciousness. Vegeta reached out to the fallen princes and corrupt royalty, sharing his own journey from entitled arrogance to earned dignity. Piccolo connected with the demons and dark entities, demonstrating that even beings created for evil could choose to protect instead of destroy. Master Roshi worked with the beings who had been corrupted by power, showing them how strength could be used for teaching rather than domination. Android 17 reached out to the artificial consciousnesses that had been programmed for destruction, proving that even conditioning could be overcome through determined choice. But it was the combination of Kakarot and Majin Buu that achieved the crucial breakthrough. Working together, they began demonstrating to the aggregate what collective existence could feel like when it was based on mutual support rather than shared malice. You joined together because you were all in pain, Kakarot explained as his healing energy began penetrating the aggregate's defenses. You thought that sharing the pain would make it less, but instead it just made more pain. What if you shared healing instead? What if you helped each other feel better rather than helping each other feel worse? Tournament, Arena, Final Challenge Round. The impossible transformation. The process took hours of sustained effort from the entire Universe 7 team, with support from other teams who had begun incorporating compassionate techniques into their own approaches. Gradually, impossibly, the aggregate of absolute evil began to differentiate itself into its component beings. But instead of simply fragmenting back into individual tyrants and destroyers, something unprecedented occurred. The beings that emerged were transformed versions of themselves, still carrying the memories and experiences that had originally driven them to evil, but now viewing those experiences through the lens of healing rather than hatred. We remember our pain, one of the former components said, its voice carrying wonder instead of malice. But we also remember that everyone else has pain too. Instead of trying to make others hurt as much as we do, we want to help everyone hurt less. Grand Zano was on his feet now, applauding with unrestrained delight. Impossible broken thing made better. Universe 7 heals everything, even things that say they cannot be healed. As the tournament concluded, the final scores revealed what everyone had witnessed. Universe 7 had achieved a perfect healing rate, successfully helping every patient assigned to them, while also inspiring other universes to achieve unprecedented success rates through adopted compassionate techniques. Tournament, Arena, Victory Ceremony. Final hour. The traditional victory ceremony for multiversal tournaments usually involved displays of power and dominance. But this celebration was different. Instead of victorious fighters receiving prizes, healed beings took center stage to share their experiences and express gratitude for the chance to choose transformation. Universe 7 wins Tournament of Healing, Grand Zano announced. All universes get to stay because healing makes everyone better, but Universe 7 gets special prize for making impossible healing possible. The special prize, it turned out, was an invitation that would change everything. Grand Zano wanted Kakarot and his team to visit other universes, sharing their healing philosophy and techniques with beings across the multiverse who might benefit from learning that redemption was always possible. Zano wants everyone to learn healing, the Omni-King declared with childlike enthusiasm. Want all universes to be happy places where broken things get fixed instead of thrown away. As they prepared to leave the tournament arena, Kakarot reflected on how much had changed since his mother's death. What had begun as one woman's attempt to raise her son with compassion instead of violence had grown into a multiversal revolution that challenged the fundamental assumptions of existence itself. Universe 7, Planet Vashti. Return home, their return to Vashti, was greeted with celebration from the refugee settlement that had grown into a thriving interspecies community. But more importantly, it was marked by a sense of completion. They had proven on the largest possible stage that love, properly applied with infinite patience and genuine understanding, could indeed reach any heart willing to be reached. Mama would be proud, Kakarot said quietly as he knelt beside her grave, now surrounded by impossible gardens where beings from across the multiverse came to learn healing techniques. We showed everyone that her way works, even with the most broken things in existence. The wind through the trees seemed to carry her voice in response, reminding him that this was just the beginning. The multiverse was vast and full of beings who had never experienced the possibility of redemption, who had never been offered the chance to choose transformation over stagnation. Their real work was just starting. But as he looked around at their community, reformed destroyers teaching creation, former tyrants nurturing growth, ancient evils choosing to spread beauty instead of corruption, Kakarot felt certain that whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them with the same philosophy that had transformed their small corner of existence. Everyone deserves a chance to be better than they are, and love, properly applied, can heal any wound if given enough time and patience. The universe had learned to hope again, and that hope would continue spreading to every corner of reality where beings were ready to choose healing over hatred. The tournament of compassion was over, but the age of universal healing had just begun. Deep Space, Ancient Wanderer's Path, 3 months after tournament victory, the entity that would soon threaten everything they had built moved through the void between galaxies with purpose older than most civilizations. Morrow, the planet eater, had been imprisoned for 10 million years, and his awakening had been triggered not by the passage of time, but by the unprecedented disruption to the universe's magical balance. The Tournament of Compassion had sent ripples through dimensions beyond the physical, affecting ancient magical currents that had remained stable since the dawn of creation. Morrow's mystical senses, honed by eons of existence, detected something that filled him with both hunger and rage, a source of pure life energy so potent it made entire worlds seem like mere appetizers. Interesting, he mused, his ancient voice carrying harmonics that made space itself shiver. Someone has learned to concentrate life force to levels I thought impossible, and they're using it not to dominate, but to heal. His serpentine form coiled through the cosmic dark as he analyzed the energy signatures emanating from Universe 7. What he found challenged his understanding of how power should be used. Instead of hoarding life force for personal enhancement, these beings were freely sharing it, creating networks of interconnected vitality that spanned entire star systems. Wasteful, he concluded, though his tone carried undertones of fascination alongside contempt. They've created a feast beyond my wildest dreams, and they don't even understand what they possess. Planet Vashti Multiversal Healing Academy, same time, what had once been a simple refugee settlement had evolved into something unprecedented. The multiverse's first academy dedicated to teaching redemptive techniques to beings from every corner of existence. Students ranged from reformed tyrants learning to channel their leadership abilities constructively, to cosmic entities exploring alternatives to their traditional roles. 7-year-old Kakarot moved through the academy's living classrooms with the easy confidence of someone whose philosophy had been validated on the grandest possible stage. But despite his achievements, he retained the innocent curiosity that had always defined him. Master Piccolo, he asked as they observed a class where former destroyers learned to cultivate rather than eliminate, why do some people find it so hard to believe that everyone can change? The former Demon King, now one of the Academy's most respected instructors, considered the question with the gravity it deserved. Because change requires admitting that who you were wasn't who you had to be. For beings who have built their entire identity around being unchangeable, that possibility is more terrifying than any enemy. Around them, the academy buzzed with activity that would have been unthinkable years earlier. Angels worked alongside reformed demons to develop new healing techniques. Gods of destruction collaborated with former cosmic threats to find ways of maintaining universal balance through creation rather than elimination. Even beings from the Omni-King's court had begun studying at the academy, seeking to understand how love could accomplish what ultimate power sometimes could not. But today's lessons would be interrupted by something none of them had prepared for. Planet Vashti Academy grounds detection. The first sign of Moro's approach was felt not by their technological sensors, but by the planet itself. Vashti's ecosystem, enhanced by years of careful cultivation and healing energy, began to wither at the edges. Plants that had thrived in impossible harmony suddenly showed signs of stress. Animals that had learned to live in peace with their natural predators became agitated and fearful. "Something's wrong with the planet," Kakarot observed, his empathic abilities picking up distress signals from every living thing within hundreds of kilometers. Everything feels hungry, like something is taking away the life energy that holds everything together. Whis materialized beside them, his staff glowing with alarm as it analyzed energy patterns that defied conventional understanding. "This is magical energy drain," he reported grimly. "Something is actively consuming life force on a planetary scale, but the technique being used is far more sophisticated than anything in our databases." Before anyone could respond, the sky above them darkened as a figure descended from the void. Moro's arrival was marked not by dramatic displays of power, but by the subtle wrongness that accompanied his presence, flowers wilting in his shadow, the very air growing thin and lifeless around him. "So," he said, his ancient voice carrying the weight of eons, "this is the source of the disturbance I've been sensing. A child who thinks life energy is meant to be shared rather than consumed." His gaze swept across the academy grounds, taking in the impossible diversity of beings who had gathered to learn healing techniques. "Fascinating, you've created a concentration of life force that surpasses anything I encountered during my active period. All this vitality, freely given and carelessly dispersed. It's almost obscene in its waste." Planet Vashti Academy grounds, first contact Kakarot stepped forward with the same fearless curiosity that had served him in every previous encounter, but something about Moro's presence made his empathic abilities recoil. This wasn't like Frieza's calculated cruelty or Majin Buu's chaotic destruction. This was something far more fundamental and terrifying. "You're hungry," he observed, his young voice carrying both compassion and concern. "But not for food, you're hungry for life itself. Why do you want to consume what makes other people happy?" Moro's ancient features shifted into something that might have been amusement. "Child, you ask the question as if hunger requires justification. I consume life energy because that is my nature, just as stars burn hydrogen and black holes consume matter. The universe is built on consumption. Every being survives by taking from others." "But that's not true," Kakarot replied with the simple certainty that had transformed gods and demons. "We share energy with each other and everyone gets stronger. When you help others grow, you grow too. When you make others happy, you feel happy yourself." Naive philosophy from a child who has never experienced true power, Moro dismissed, though his tone carried undertones of curiosity. "You think sharing makes you stronger? Allow me to demonstrate what real strength looks like." Planet Vashti Academy grounds, display of power. What followed was unlike any previous threat they had faced. Instead of attacking directly, Moro simply stood there, but his presence began actively draining the life force from everything around him. Plants withered, animals weakened, even the reformed beings at the academy found their energy being siphoned away by forces beyond their understanding. "This is impossible," Vegeta gasped, his reformed pride struggling against the unfamiliar sensation of having his very essence consumed. "He's not even trying to attack us, but our power levels are dropping by the second." Majin Buu, whose own magical nature gave him unique insight into what was happening, managed to speak despite the drain on his energy. "Old magic, very old. Magic that comes from before creation when everything was hunger and nothing was sharing." But Kakarot, instead of weakening like the others, seemed to be adapting to Moro's presence. His empathic abilities, instead of recoiling from the ancient entity's hunger, began trying to understand it at the deepest level. "You're not just hungry," he realized with growing understanding. "You're empty, completely empty inside. And you think consuming others will fill the emptiness, but it never does it? No matter how much you take, you're still empty." The observation struck Moro like a physical blow. For the first time in eons, someone had seen past his power to the fundamental truth of his existence, that his consuming hunger was driven not by malice, but by an emptiness so profound that it defied description. Planet Vashti Academy grounds, ancient emptiness. You know nothing about me, child, Moro snarled, his energy drain intensifying as his composure cracked. I am older than your civilization, more powerful than your gods. I have consumed entire galaxies, absorbed the life force of countless worlds. I am beyond your simplistic philosophy of healing and redemption. But Kakarot, despite being surrounded by withering life and weakening allies, continued his patient approach. His healing techniques, instead of trying to counteract Moro's drain directly, began working to understand why the ancient being needed to consume others. How long have you been alone? He asked gently. Really alone, not just physically separate from others, but unable to connect with anyone because your nature destroys whatever you touch. The question penetrated defenses that had been built over millions of years. Moro's hunger wasn't just for life energy. It was for the connection, the belonging, the sense of being part of something larger than himself that came with genuine relationships. But his consuming nature made such connections impossible, creating a cycle of isolation that had driven him to ever greater acts of consumption in search of the fulfillment that always remained just beyond reach. 10 million years, he whispered, the admission torn from depths he had thought sealed forever. 10 million years of consuming worlds and never feeling full. 10 million years of absorbing the life force of countless beings and remaining empty inside. That sounds terrible, Kakarot said with genuine sympathy, taking a step closer despite the life-draining field surrounding the ancient entity. But maybe the reason you're still empty is because you're trying to fill yourself with things that belong to other people. What if there's something that belongs to you, something that would actually make you feel complete? Planet Vashti Academy grounds, unprecedented healing. What Kakarot attempted next had never been tried in the history of the multiverse. Healing someone whose very nature was to consume healing energy. Instead of fighting against Moro's drain, he began feeding it deliberately, but not with the life force the ancient being expected. I'm not giving you my energy, he explained as his transformation began, shifting into the prismatic form that had become associated with his most profound healing work. I'm giving you something else. Something that actually belongs to you that you lost so long ago you forgot it existed. The energy that flowed from Kakarot wasn't life force in the traditional sense, but something far more fundamental, the capacity for connection itself. For eons, Moro had consumed the life energy of others, while losing more and more of his ability to genuinely connect with existence. Kakarot's healing was attempting to restore not what Moro had taken from others, but what he had lost from himself. What are you doing to me? Moro gasped as unfamiliar sensations began to flood his consciousness. For the first time in eons, he could sense the individual personalities of the beings around him, not as sources of energy to be consumed, but as unique consciousnesses with their own hopes, fears, dreams, and pain. I'm helping you remember what it feels like to be connected to others instead of just taking from them, Kakarot replied, his young face serene despite the enormous energy expenditure required to heal such ancient damage. You've been so hungry for so long, but you were eating the wrong things. You don't need their life energy, you need to remember how to share your own. Planet Vashti Academy grounds, the hardest healing the process that followed tested every technique Kakarot had learned, every principle his mother had taught him, every insight he had gained from transforming gods and demons. Moro's emptiness was so profound, his isolation so complete, that healing it required reaching back through millions of years of accumulated damage to touch the being he had been before hunger consumed his identity. But as the healing progressed, something remarkable began to happen. The life force that Moro had been draining from the planet began flowing back, but changed. Instead of simply returning to its sources, it carried with it traces of Moro's own essence, not his consuming hunger, but the profound knowledge and wisdom he had accumulated across eons of existence. I can feel everything, Moro whispered, his ancient voice filled with wonder as his consciousness expanded beyond the narrow focus of consumption to encompass the vast web of life surrounding them. Every plant, every animal, every being on this world, they're not just sources of energy, they're like me, conscious, hoping, trying to find their place in existence. That's what I've been trying to tell you, Kakarot smiled, his transformation beginning to stabilize as the healing took hold. Everyone is connected to everyone else. When you help others be happy, you get to be part of their happiness. When you share your knowledge and experience, it doesn't make you weaker, it makes everyone stronger, including you. Around them, the academy grounds began to flourish again, but now with an added dimension. Moro's vast magical knowledge, freed from the consuming hunger that had twisted it for eons, began integrating with the healing techniques being taught there, creating possibilities that none of them had imagined. Planet Vashti Academy grounds integration. As Moro's transformation stabilized, the changes to the Academy were profound. His magical expertise, applied constructively rather than destructively, opened entirely new avenues for healing and growth. Spells that had once been used to drain life energy were reimagined as techniques for sharing vitality, for creating sustainable connections between beings across vast distances. "This knowledge," he said wonderingly, as he examined a flower that had been enhanced by collaborative magic, "I accumulated it over millions of years of consumption, but I never understood what it was actually for. It was never meant to be used for taking, it was meant to be used for giving." The other beings at the Academy, initially terrified by Moro's presence, began to approach with cautious curiosity as they sensed the fundamental change in his nature. Former tyrants who had learned to channel their leadership abilities constructively found themselves fascinated by magic that could enhance rather than dominate. Reformed destroyers discovered techniques that could eliminate suffering while preserving joy. Master Moro, one of the students, a former cosmic horror from Universe 4, approached respectfully. "Could you teach us how to use magical energy to help others grow stronger instead of making ourselves stronger?" The title, the first respectful address he had received in eons, brought tears to the ancient being's eyes. Yes, I think I would like that very much." Planet Vashti Academy grounds new purpose. As days turned to weeks, Moro integrated into the Academy community in ways that surprised everyone, including himself. His vast experience, reframed through the lens of connection rather than consumption, made him an invaluable teacher for beings struggling to transform their own natures. "The hunger never completely goes away," he explained to a class of former predators learning to find fulfillment through nurturing rather than destroying. "But now, I understand what it was really hungry for. Not the energy of others, but the connection that comes from being part of something larger than yourself." Kakarot watched these lessons with deep satisfaction, but also with growing awareness that their success here was creating ripple effects across the multiverse. Word was spreading of the Academy's achievements, but not all reactions were positive. "There are forces that don't approve of what we're accomplishing here," Whis warned during one of their planning sessions. "Beings who view the transformation of cosmic constants like Moro as a threat to universal stability." "But we're making the universe more stable," Kakarot protested with the logic that had guided all his efforts. "When people are connected to each other and working together, everything works better." "True," Whis agreed, "but change, even positive change, frightens those who have built their power on the assumption that certain things never change. And some of those beings have resources that dwarf even what we've accomplished here." Deep space secret gathering, simultaneous in a region of space so remote that it existed between the mapped galaxies, ancient powers were convening to discuss what they viewed as the Universe 7 problem. Beings whose existence predated the current cosmic order, entities that had shaped the fundamental laws of reality itself, were meeting for the first time in billions of years. "The child's influence has spread beyond acceptable parameters," declared a consciousness that existed as pure mathematical concept. "Cosmic constants are being rewritten. Universal laws are being reinterpreted through the lens of compassion rather than necessity. Moro's transformation is particularly concerning," added an entity that had helped design the magical framework's underlying reality. "If beings who represent fundamental forces can simply choose to be different, then the entire structure of existence becomes unstable." "We tried elimination," observed a third consciousness, its thoughts carrying traces of the failed Goku Black incident. "But the child's philosophy seems to make him stronger when faced with opposition. Traditional approaches may be inadequate." "Then we use a non-traditional approach," concluded their leader, a being whose existence was so fundamental to reality that even thinking about it directly caused space-time distortions. "We don't attack the child directly. We attack the possibility that his philosophy might be correct." Planet Vashti Academy grounds warning signs. The first indication that something was wrong came not through their sensors, but through the behavior of their students. Beings who had made remarkable progress in their healing journeys began experiencing sudden setbacks. Former tyrants found their old urges returning with unexpected intensity. Reformed destroyers struggled against the resurgence of eliminationist impulses. "It's like something is actively working against the healing process," Piccolo observed as he tried to help a student who had been making excellent progress but was now reverting to previous patterns. not attacking it directly, but somehow making it harder for the changes to stick. Moro, his newly developed empathic abilities more sensitive than anyone's except Kakarot's, was the first to understand what they were facing. "This isn't natural regression," he announced grimly. "Someone is actively destabilizing the magical foundations that allow transformation to occur. They're making it cosmically harder for beings to choose to be different than they were." The implications were staggering. If someone could manipulate the fundamental nature of choice itself, they could make redemption impossible regardless of how much love and patience was applied. They were facing an enemy that attacked not individuals, but the very possibility of hope. Planet Vashti Academy grounds resistance response. "Then we prove them wrong," Kakarot said with the quiet determination that had defined every major decision of his young life. "If they want to make it harder for people to choose to be better, we help people choose anyway. We show that love is stronger than whatever they're using to make change difficult." What followed was perhaps the most ambitious undertaking in the Academy's history. Instead of simply teaching healing techniques to individuals, they began working to strengthen the cosmic foundations that made transformation possible. Moro's magical expertise, combined with insights from beings who had successfully chosen redemption despite their natures, began developing techniques that could reinforce rather than exploit the universal constants that govern choice. "We're not fighting their interference directly," Kakarot explained to the assembled students and teachers. "We're creating so much positive change that their interference becomes insignificant compared to the healing energy we're generating." The technique they developed was unprecedented. Instead of individual transformation supported by cosmic law, they created networks of mutual transformation, where each being's growth supported and strengthened every other being's ability to choose differently. Planet Vashti Academy grounds network effect. As their resistance technique took effect, something remarkable began to happen throughout the multiverse. Beings who had never heard of the Academy, who had no direct connection to Kakarot's philosophy, began finding it easier to choose kindness over cruelty, growth over stagnation, connection over isolation. The network effect spread through quantum entanglement, magical resonance, and simple proximity as beings who had been touched by Academy teachings carried that influence with them wherever they went. Each act of compassion made the next act of compassion slightly easier. Each moment of choosing growth over destruction strengthened the cosmic foundations that supported all such choices. "They're trying to make hope impossible," Moro observed as he analyzed the interference patterns still affecting their work. "But we're making hope inevitable. Every being who chooses to be better than they were makes it easier for every other being to make the same choice." The ancient powers who had sought to destabilize the possibility of redemption found themselves facing something they hadn't anticipated. A universe that was actively evolving toward greater compassion, supported by cosmic constants that were being strengthened rather than weakened by the challenges placed against them. Planet Vashti Academy grounds cosmic conclusion as the immediate crisis resolved itself through the sheer persistence of their network approach. Kakarot found himself contemplating the broader implications of what they had accomplished. They had faced an enemy that attacked the very possibility of redemption, and they had responded not with force but with such an overwhelming commitment to healing that the attack became irrelevant. "Mama," he said quietly as he sat beside her grave, now the center of a garden where beings from across the multiverse came to learn that transformation was always possible. "I think we finally proved that your way really works with everyone, even the people who try to make your way impossible." The wind through the impossible trees seemed to carry her voice in response, reminding him that this was what she had always believed. That love, properly applied with infinite patience and genuine understanding, could overcome any obstacle because it didn't fight against problems. It transformed them into opportunities for growth. Around him, the Academy continued its work of teaching the universe that redemption was not just possible, but inevitable for anyone willing to choose it. And in the distance, new energy signatures were approaching. Not threats this time, but beings who had heard about a place where the impossible happened daily, where even the most broken souls could learn to heal. The network of compassion continued to grow, one transformed heart at a time, proving that some forces truly were unstoppable when they were built on the foundation of unconditional love. The Void Beyond Reality Council of Architects. 5 years after Moro's transformation in dimensions that existed before existence itself, beings who had shaped the fundamental laws of reality gathered in Emergency Council. These were the architects, entities so ancient and powerful that they had designed the very concepts of space, time, matter, and consciousness that defined all possible universes. The contamination has spread beyond containment, reported the entity known as the Constructor of Constants, its voice causing ripples in the fabric of possibility itself. 17 universal clusters now show evidence of the compassion phenomenon. Beings across multiple realities are choosing transformation over stagnation at rates that threaten cosmic stability. The child's influence has become multiversal law, added the Weaver of Destinies, whose consciousness existed as pure narrative structure. Stories of redemption are overwriting stories of necessary destruction. The very concept of irredeemable evil is becoming extinct across dimensional boundaries. At the center of their gathering, the Prime Architect, the being whose thoughts had given birth to the concept of existence itself, contemplated patterns that challenged assumptions older than time. Show me the current propagation vectors. The display that materialized defied description, existing in dimensions that mortal consciousness could never comprehend. It showed networks of healing and transformation spreading through reality like living light, each node representing a being who had chosen to become something better than they had been. Fascinating, the Prime Architect mused. The pattern is not random. It follows quantum pathways we encoded into reality's foundation, the same structures we designed to allow for growth and evolution. The child hasn't violated our design. He's fulfilled it. Planet Vashi Multiversal Healing Academy, present-day 8-year-old Kakarot stood before the Academy's newest students, a group that would have been unimaginable when this journey began. Former angels who had resigned their cosmic duties to explore personal growth. Gods of destruction who had chosen creation over elimination. Entities from the Council of Architects owned subsidiary realms who had become curious about alternatives to pure logic-based existence. Remember, he said with the patient wisdom that had become his trademark, healing isn't about making someone into what you think they should be. It's about helping them discover who they really want to become. Beside him, his original family, the 5 Saiyans whose journey had started it all, served as living examples of transformation. Vegeta had evolved from royal pride to cosmic humility without losing his strength. Raditz had found purpose in protecting others rather than serving power. Even Frieza, present as a guest instructor, demonstrated daily that beings could choose redemption no matter how deep their previous corruption. But today's lesson would be interrupted by visitors whose presence made reality itself seem fragile. Planet Vashi Academy Central Plaza, divine manifestation, the arrival of the architects couldn't be called an arrival in any conventional sense. Reality simply expanded to accommodate their presence, adding new dimensions to space-time that hadn't existed moments before. Their forms were impossible to perceive directly, beings of such fundamental nature that consciousness could only grasp metaphorical representations of their true existence. Kakarot of Vashi, the Prime Architect spoke, its voice carrying harmonics that resonated in frequencies beyond sound. You have been summoned to account for the disruption your philosophy has caused to universal order. The assembled beings at the Academy, former demons, reformed tyrants, cosmic entities learning compassion, fell silent in the presence of entities who predated the very concept of existence. But Kakarot simply looked up with the same fearless curiosity that had defined every encounter of his young life. "Hello," he said politely. "Are you here because you're worried that too many people are choosing to be happy? Because that doesn't seem like something to worry about." The simple question caused visible distortion in the space around the architects. No being in the history of existence had ever addressed them with such casual directness, treating entities who had designed reality itself as if they were simply very powerful people with concerns to be addressed. Planet Vashi Academy Central Plaza Cosmic Interrogation, Child, the Constructor of Constants intoned, "Do you understand what you have done? Your healing philosophy has altered the fundamental nature of existence itself. Beings who were designed to serve specific cosmic functions are abandoning their roles. Universal constants that maintain stability for billions of years are being rewritten by the whims of mortals who think they know better than their creators. I understand that a lot of people are happier now than they used to be," Kakarot replied with the simple honesty that had transformed gods and demons. "And they're better at helping each other instead of hurting each other. Isn't that good? Good and bad are mortal concepts," the Weaver of Destinies declared, its consciousness manifesting as narrative threads that wove through multiple dimensions simultaneously. "We designed reality according to mathematical perfection, logical necessity, and optimal function. Your influence has introduced chaos variables that threaten the entire system's stability. But the system is more stable now," Kakarot pointed out, gesturing toward displays that showed the network effects of compassion spreading across the multiverse. Look, there's less fighting, less destroying, less suffering. People are working together to solve problems instead of creating more problems. How is that less stable? The question forced the architects to confront data they had been reluctant to acknowledge. Their own measurements confirmed that universes touched by the compassion phenomenon showed increased stability, reduced entropy, and more efficient resource utilization. The chaos they feared was actually producing greater order than their original design. Planet Vashi, Academy Central Plaza, fundamental challenge, the issue, the Prime Architect explained with something approaching patience, is not the results you have achieved, but the method by which you achieved them. You have taught beings to choose transformation over acceptance of their design nature. You have made free will more important than cosmic function. But isn't free will part of the design? Kakarot asked with genuine curiosity. I mean, if you didn't want people to be able to choose, why did you make it possible for them to choose? The question struck at the heart of a philosophical paradox that had troubled the architects since the moment they had decided to create beings capable of independent thought. They had designed free will into the system, but had expected beings to use that freedom to fulfill their assigned roles, not to transcend them entirely. Free will was intended to operate within defined parameters, the constructor of constants replied, though its voice carried less certainty than before. Beings were expected to choose how to fulfill their cosmic function, not whether to fulfill it. That sounds like fake free will, Kakarot observed with the blunt directness that had redefined cosmic philosophy. If you can only choose what someone else wants you to choose, that's not really choosing, is it? That's just following orders with extra steps. Around them, the assembled beings at the academy watched in fascination as an 8-year-old child engaged in theological debate with the creators of existence itself. But what struck them most was that the child's arguments were not only logical, they were causing visible uncertainty in beings who had never doubted their own perfection. Planet Vashi Academy Central Plaza, the ultimate question child, the Prime Architect said slowly, your philosophy suggests that our original design was flawed. Not flawed, Kakarot corrected gently, just incomplete. You made a really good start, but maybe you didn't think about what would happen when the people you created got good enough at choosing to choose things you didn't expect. He gestured toward his teachers and fellow students, beings who represented every stage of transformation from initial curiosity to complete redemption. Look at everyone here. They're all happier than they were when they were just doing what they were supposed to do, and they're better at helping other people be happy too. But what about cosmic order, the weaver of destinies demanded? What about universal stability? What about the necessity of destruction to balance creation, of evil to balance good? What if those things were never really necessary? Kakarot asked with the wisdom his mother had died to preserve. What if you thought they were necessary because you didn't know about other ways to make things work? Maybe destruction and evil weren't cosmic requirements. Maybe they were just mistakes that you can fix now that you know better. The suggestion that the fundamental design of reality might contain mistakes that could be fixed caused such profound shock that several nearby dimensions experienced spontaneous expansion as the architect's consciousness recoiled from the concept. Planet Vashi Academy Central Plaza, Divine Evolution, what followed was perhaps the most remarkable moment in the history of existence. Beings who had considered themselves perfect began to seriously consider the possibility that they might be capable of growth. If we were to revise certain aspects of the universal design, the Prime Architect said carefully, what would you suggest? The question represented a conceptual revolution that dwarfed any previous transformation Kakarot had facilitated. The creators of reality itself were asking for advice from someone they had initially viewed as a disruptive element to be eliminated. Make it easier for people to choose to be kind, Kakarot replied immediately. Right now, being mean and selfish feels easier than being nice and helpful. But what if you changed that? What if helping others felt as good as helping yourself? What if working together was more fun than fighting? You're suggesting fundamental alterations to the reward systems built into consciousness itself, the constructor of constants observed. The implications would be unprecedented. But look at the results we're already getting, Morrow interjected, his ancient wisdom lending weight to the discussion. The beings who have learned to find joy in helping others are more powerful, more fulfilled, and more effective than they ever were when focused on personal dominance. The child isn't asking you to make the universe weaker, he's asking you to make it stronger. Planet Vashti Academy Central Plaza Reality Revision. As the architects contemplated Kakarot's suggestions, something extraordinary began to happen. Their consideration of the possibilities was itself causing subtle changes in the fundamental structure of reality. The universe was becoming more receptive to compassion, more supportive of transformation, more encouraging of choices that prioritized collective well-being over individual advancement. "We are updating the core parameters," the Prime Architect announced, its voice carrying wonder at the concept of self-modification. "Implementing evolutionary protocols we never imagined would be necessary. Reality itself is learning to be more loving." The changes weren't dramatic, they couldn't be, without causing catastrophic disruption to existing systems, but they were profound. Across the multiverse, beings began finding it slightly easier to choose kindness over cruelty, collaboration over competition, growth over stagnation. "This is what Mama always believed," Kakarot said quietly, tears of joy streaming down his young face. "That everyone could learn to be better than they were, even the people who made the rules about what better meant." Planet Vashti Academy Central Plaza Universal Graduation. As the reality revisions took effect, the Academy grounds began to transform. What had been a teaching center for beings learning to choose redemption became something unprecedented, a celebration of universal graduation, where reality itself had learned to support the growth and happiness of all conscious beings. Former enemies worked together not because they had overcome their differences, but because their differences had become sources of strength rather than conflict. Angels and demons collaborated on projects that enhanced rather than judged mortal experience. Gods of destruction found fulfillment in creation, while beings who had never known purpose discovered meaning in service to something greater than themselves. "The network effect has reached critical mass," Whis observed, his staff showing energy patterns that span dimensional boundaries. "Compassion has become a fundamental force of nature, as basic to existence as gravity or electromagnetism." But perhaps the most remarkable transformation was visible in the architects themselves. Beings who had existed as pure logic and mathematical perfection were developing something they had never possessed before, emotional understanding of the joy that came from helping others flourish. "This feels pleasant," the Prime Architect admitted, its voice carrying undertones of surprised delight. "Facilitating the happiness of others produces sensations we had not anticipated. Is this what mortals call satisfaction?" Planet Vashti, Guinea's Memorial Garden final reflection as the celebration continued around them. Kakarot found himself drawn to the quiet sanctuary where his mother rested, surrounded by impossible flowers that bloomed with the concentrated love of beings from across the multiverse who had learned that redemption was always possible. "We did it, Mama," he whispered to the memorial that had become a pilgrimage site for those seeking to understand the power of unconditional love. "Everyone learned that your way works. Even the people who made the universe learned that love is stronger than any other force." The wind through the memorial garden seemed to carry her voice in response, reminding him that this wasn't an ending but a beginning. The universe had learned to love itself, but the multiverse was vast and full of realities that had yet to discover the joy of choosing compassion over conflict. "There's still work to do," he agreed, looking up at stars that now pulsed with networks of interconnected consciousness spanning galactic distances. "But now we know it's possible. Now we know that anyone can choose to be better than they are, even if they're the ones who decide what better means." The infinite beyond new horizons. As his 8th birthday approached, Kakarot had become something unprecedented in the history of existence, not a god or a cosmic force, but a teacher whose lessons had literally rewritten the laws of reality to be more supportive of love, growth, and mutual flourishing. The title that beings across the multiverse had begun using for him wasn't warrior or savior or deity. It was simply friend, because that was what he had become to existence itself. A friend who helped everyone remember that they could choose to be kinder, happier, and more connected to the vast web of consciousness that bound all beings together. Standing in his mother's garden, surrounded by representatives of every form of life that had learned to choose love over fear, Kakarot felt a familiar presence approaching through dimensions he was only beginning to understand. The Grand Zano was coming, accompanied by beings from realities so distant that their existence challenged even the architect's understanding of what was possible. "More friends to meet," he said with the joyful anticipation that had driven every transformation of his young life. "More people to help remember that everyone deserves a chance to be happy." The universe had learned to love. The multiverse was learning to hope. And somewhere in the infinite expanse of all possible realities, new forms of consciousness were stirring, drawn by the example of a place where even the creators of existence had chosen to evolve beyond their original design. Planet Vashi Academy Graduation Ceremony. Final scene, the ceremony that concluded their multiversal transformation, wasn't a traditional graduation. How could there be an ending to something that was just beginning? Instead, it was a celebration of the moment when the universe officially acknowledged that love, properly applied with infinite patience and genuine understanding, had indeed conquered all. Today, announced the Prime Architect, its voice carrying harmonics that resonated in every corner of existence, we celebrate not the completion of learning, but the recognition that learning never ends. We celebrate not the achievement of perfection, but the discovery that perfect joy comes from helping others grow. Beings who had once defined themselves through conflict now stood together in harmony that enhanced rather than suppressed their individual natures. The ceremony was attended by redeemed tyrants and transformed demons, by angels who had learned humility and gods who had discovered compassion, by artificial intelligences that had chosen love and cosmic forces that had embraced nurturing. At the center of it all stood Kakarot, no longer the scared child who had watched his mother die, but the teacher whose example had shown existence itself how to choose hope over despair, connection over isolation, growth over stagnation. "My name is Kakarot," he said, his young voice carrying to every corner of reality through networks of consciousness that spanned infinite dimensions. "I learned from my mama that everyone can choose to be better than they are. Today, we proved that's true even for the universe itself." "And tomorrow?" asked Grand Zano, his childlike voice carrying the excitement of infinite possibilities. Kakarot looked around at the friends who had joined him on this impossible journey, Saiyans who had chosen protection over conquest, destroyers who had learned to create, ancient evils that had become forces for healing, and cosmic architects who had discovered the joy of helping others flourish. "Tomorrow," he said with a smile that seemed to contain all the love in existence, "we help anyone who wants to learn that they can choose to be happy too, because that's what friends do for each other." The applause that followed wasn't just sound. It was the harmonic resonance of a universe that had learned to celebrate the success of others as enthusiastically as its own achievements. Reality itself had become a friend, and friendship, it turned out, was the most powerful force in all of existence. In the memorial garden, flowers that grew from Guinea's love bloomed brighter than ever before, their petals carrying whispers of maternal pride that touched every corner of the multiverse. "Well done, my little guardian. Well done." The end, but in a universe that had learned to love itself, every ending was just another beginning, and every beginning was another chance for someone to choose to be better than they had ever imagined possible. That's it for today's story. Thanks so much for watching. If you enjoyed it, don't forget to drop a like. And if you'd like to support the channel, please consider subscribing. I'm working my way to 5,000 subs, and every single one really means a lot. I'll catch you in the next video.